Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the Buncombe County Board of Elections for Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. It's good to see the regulars in the front row. Welcome. I hear from Mr. Whitney that we have one participant online right now, and hopefully we will have a few more. The first item of business today is approval of the agenda. I hope everyone's had a chance to take a look at the agenda. Without objection, we'll approve that agenda. And hearing none, the agenda is approved. Next item is a big deal. It's minutes. I know our public has been waiting with bated breath to see those minutes out on the website. So we'll get them up there right quick. Did everyone have a chance to give the minutes from let's see, it was the meeting of September 10th. All righty.
Still didn't get an update on the dogs and cats. I was waiting for that.
I just wanted, I was looking for confirmation of the parade so I could bring in my cat, but I didn't get it. Anyway, if everyone's had a chance to look at those minutes, without objection, we will approve the minutes from September 10th. All right, hearing no objection, those minutes are approved. I liked my little observation about the cake, but that didn't make it into the final cut either. Okay. And the other meeting was the meeting of October 8th. We couldn't meet on the 1st. There was other stuff going on. Everyone get a chance to look at the October 1st with the Parade of Cats. Without objection, we'll approve the minutes of October 8th, and hearing none, those minutes are approved. Thank you, Ms. Moore. We appreciate getting them all done. Next up is item 3, office updates. Director Duncan.
All right, so we have just some updates on some numbers, and then we'll talk about early voting, and I can answer any questions that you have about how things are going so far, because I think we need to take some time for that. So absentee, we've had 16,500 requests for absentee. That's not surprising. We've had more, people who have needed to leave. There's a lot of uncertainty about when they would be able to come back. So we've had a lot of requests, but only about 3,000, a little over 3,000 of those have returned so far. And we have noticed a significant number of early voters who requested absentee so far. So that makes sense. They're coming back and voting in person. For early voting, we've had 37,000 early voters so far. So we're getting a great turnout despite everything that's going on out there. The voting pattern's really different. Normally, we have really high first day, and then we kind of trail off after that. We're being pretty level. Our biggest day was yesterday, actually. And I think we are going to get near that number today as well, judging by how many people are out there today. So great there with turnout. With high turnout, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing. We're so happy that so many people are excited to come out. We do have a few locations with small parking lots, and we've had some issues out there. So Inca Candler Library is the one that we have talked about most today. And if you recall, that location is in a shopping center, and that's 3 different parcels. The library is on its own parcel that's owned by the county. We have control over that parking lot. The 2 other parcels are privately owned. We don't have control over those parking spaces. And so far the owner has blocked those parking spaces off, which also doesn't allow voters to leave out of that area. So we had to change traffic flow and move traffic from the Sandhill Road behind the library and out so that we had good one-way flow traffic. So we changed that today. We put out some signs. I did call the property owner just to see if there was anything that could be done, but I haven't received a call back. So that's the update on that. We're looking also into possible shuttle service. It's very expensive. It's $26,000. And so we're looking into options, but that's how we have mitigated so far. Change traffic flow, tried to have good communication about what parking spots voters could have.
Director Duncan, we have used that facility in the past. Have we encountered this issue previously?
Not of having the section actually blocked off. That has not happened. I've heard that the owner was not happy about voters parking in their spots, but that having it blocked off like that has not happened in the past.
Is there not a right-of-way in a parking lot like that? Is there not a right-of-way or an easement that would allow
So I
cars to
did-
go through?
We did send to the fire marshal in case that there were like egress issues, and they didn't see any issues with that. It is privately owned, and there are 2 ways out of that location.
Are those businesses being inconvenienced by the early voting? Is there actual business being conducted in these adjacent spaces? Does anybody know? And I will throw that question open to the room, because I know that the folks up at this panel have been busy doing other things, and they probably haven't had a chance to go out to Enke Candler. Ms. Klein,
I'm happy to just tell you my conversation.
were you there?
I was there.
Okay.
And what I noticed was that the first 3 or 4 businesses along that stretch, directly adjacent to the library, they're closed. But then I also spoke to someone at the physical therapy office, and he explained that in past elections, they felt that there was a security concern or a safety concern for their patients when there was a lot of parking going on in that part of the parking lot. And so it seemed like they had complained to the owner, and it made sense that that's why the property owner kind of shut this all down today. But it was very frustrating because there was this big truck blocking everyone on all sides of the political perspective was upset.
Whose truck?
It sounded like the owner of the property paid someone to park his truck to block any cars from coming through that way. And I took pictures of that and have
Okay.
sent them your way.
I'm sorry for the voters out at that site that this is happening. It hasn't happened in the past. It's a shame that someone would go to such lengths to give voters a bad time. I certainly understand the concerns of the business people and the safety concerns with all the activity in the parking lot, but there's got to be a better way, or this could well be the last time we use that facility.
Mr. Quinn.
It's been, just a sec, please. It's been pointed out to me that AB Tech is across the street. And I think going forward, we just have to have our eyes, ears, and options open. Mr. Aceto.
Thank you. Might we ask the county attorney to take a look at the county's library lease? Ordinarily, when property's rented like that, it includes the right to come and go, if not necessarily to park, but certainly to come and go within the driveways and the access easements. I didn't see that truck. I don't know what it blocked, but if it blocked an access easement that's actually part of the county's lease for the library that would include access, then the owner of the property ought to be reminded of that. And but that sounds like a job for the county attorney.
I can definitely forward that on, but I believe that the county owns the library property, that it's not a lease.
But they
that still
may have an
means-
easement that
Yes.
covers access
Owned
to
by
their
Henry.
property across and around the physical therapy and whatever. I would be surprised if they don't.
I will message now.
Thank you, Mr. Aceto. And hopefully, when we convene tomorrow, we'll hear that all of this has been resolved. I can dream. Mr. Schultz?
I'm just curious, has this ever come up before where there was such a parking problem at Inca Candler?
Oh, at Inca Candler, I was like, North Asheville Library.
Well, well,
Always.
yeah, we know about that one, but,
I think that there were complaints from the property owner in the past, but not, not as, it didn't get to me. It got to me.
And one more
Which is
question
good.
about
I
just,
want to know about these issues.
one more question about just the volume out there. Is out of our 10 sites, where does that fit in the volume of voters?
We pull up the data on our website.
You got yesterday's up yet?
We have, no, we don't have yesterday's up yet. Devin, I'm sure we'll get that up soon. But
Okay,
yes,
if I
we
may,
should-
this is my opportunity. Please make that a priority. There are members of the community who look for that information every single morning, and I know they get frustrated, and then they call me.
Yes, yeah, yes, I understand, and normally
you.
we do have it up, so we'll make sure. that
Yes,
we-
I know, and that's why I haven't called anybody down here to bug you about it, and I know how busy you are.
No, thank you. We have it up here because we know people are interested in it. So, I'm not looking at the data from yesterday, but,
Just a ballpark.
oh,
on-
and it is in order. No, it's not in order. So. it's
There, if you
one-
scroll down,
it is
there's
one of the higher.
a nice bar chart on the page, and it just shows total votes by site. And so you can see that Weaverville Community Center and South Buncombe Branch Library are the two top dogs so far.
Yeah, and-
Weaverville got off to a hot start, but South Buncome's catching up.
So it looks like the fourth highest.
Yeah. It is a very popular
Yeah, very
spot.
popular and important.
And, originally we wanted to open Upper Hominy Fire and Rescue, and they're preoccupied with dealing with the aftermath of Helene. So the folks over in that part of the county, it's either Inca Candler or West Asheville, and both are busy spots. All righty, moving right along.
And then just to update on training, so for Election Day, we're doing Election Day training right now. We did move, it's still in the same building at 200 College, but we moved downstairs, which is actually turns out to be a better training location for us. People don't have to navigate the elevators and all that, so. We did move, about half of the Election Day workers are trained, working on the other half, and we have plenty of workers. In fact, we have a little bit more than we had planned on. So we've been adding people as we go because we don't know, some people might drop out. There's a lot more uncertainty now. So we have a lot of backups, which is great. So we're doing great with Election Day workers.
Director Duncan, how did you get those backups? Did you already have them on the list, or people calling in wanting to help?
We
or-
had some on the list. We reached out to the parties to ask for more,
Good.
and there have been people who are just reaching out to
Good.
who want to help.
Great, thank you, thank you.
And then I would like to answer any questions about any other things if the board has any.
go ahead, Steve. I just had one question. I went to North Asheville, or UNCA to vote yesterday. The line was really long, so I went down to Wesley Grant. The line was long there. It seems like it could be a function of three things. One, fewer early voting sites. Two, turnout. And then three, just the length of the ballot.
Mm-hmm, yes.
What do you
Yeah.
attribute it to all those? Or?
Yes, those are all correct. The length of the ballot, we have a really long ballot. 19 inches is a long ballot. And so it's taking people longer at the polls, so we're trying to make sure that everybody knows how to get their sample ballot and that they're ready when they go. And so, yes, that's something that we weren't thinking about before that we wouldn't have thought about before. Well, we thought about it before. It's not Helene related. But yeah, all the other issues are compounding. But it's fantastic. I mean, all these people, despite the hurdles, we still are driving around cones where there are pieces of road missing.
Right.
We don't have water, everything takes longer, and all of these people are prioritizing voting.
Right.
It's amazing.
Right. That's very good. I did have one question, and it has to do with the session law that the General Assembly passed recently in the wake of the disaster. It gives the county boards of elections in the affected counties some latitude in reaching people who are in shelters. And I know the multi-partisan assistance team program enables us to bring things to the voters except for the absentee ballot. And my reading of that session law gives us discretion on that, where we can modify procedures in order to reach the objectives stated by the General Assembly to help people disadvantaged by Helene cast their vote. And I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to add an item to our agenda today, an action item, where we establish guidelines from multi-partisan assistance teams to be able to carry absentee ballots to people who have lost their homes, who have lost their addresses, whose mail is being held by the post office right now. Because the simple fact is, if we mail them absentee ballots, the chances are reasonably good that they will never get them before Election Day.
Do I have a comment?
Yes.
Yeah, so we think about the shelter situation. These are people who don't have their homes. They might not have their addresses. They might not have access, right? There's issues there. The way that I read it and through the state memo, it very clearly says in the state memo that we are not to issue ballots.
Right, and the numbered memo was issued prior to the session law being ratified. No?
No, it was issued after.
Here's my concern. Here's my concern. The objective, and the General Assembly is foursquare behind this. They've made that clear. The objective is to make it as easy as possible for the people in the affected counties to cast their vote despite all the hardships they're encountering. And one of the provisions directed us to make special efforts to reach people in shelters. We've been doing that here in Buncombe County. And I believe, and you know, I want to thank Mary Ann Brain for bringing this to my attention and getting me to really focus on it and think about it. Because I believe Ms. Brain is absolutely correct in her surmise that what we are trying to do is exercise our electoral processes as closely to the standard that's been set by the General Assembly and the State Board of Elections as we can. But we've been given some discretion in order to actually accomplish the election. And to enable these people to have their ballots cast and counted, they have to have it. They have to be able to receive that absentee ballot. And I don't see how someone currently residing in a shelter can receive that absentee ballot.
I hear you.
Okay, so
I hear you.
I have
I
copies
don't
of that if you are interested in passing them out. That's that particular section.
Did
Which,
the board review numbered memo 2024-07?
yes.
Yeah, I did.
yeah, let me just, I'm sorry to jump in, but the numbered memo is, you're talking about taking ballots to voters who are otherwise inaccessible.
I'm talking about using the multi-partisan assistance
yeah.
team in the manner outlined in the law, with one exception. Multi-partisan assistance teams are currently not authorized to bring the absentee ballot. The MAT can help the voter complete the application for the absentee ballot, can bring that application into the office, but the law says we've got to mail them the absentee ballot. And the reason for that is it's part of the election integrity step in the absentee voting process. But here we have an exceptional circumstance where people are currently residing at a place that is not their address, and in fact is a room over at AB Tech. And their mail at the direction of the U.S. Postal Service is currently being held by the U.S. Postal Service.
So are you talking about, just so I'm clear on this, having MAT team members take ballots to people in the, say, the 4 locations that we approved?
That is correct. And it's based on the language in the session law. There's a sentence that says, as you know, we're authorized to send MATs out to shelters. It says, prior to appointing a multi-partisan assistance team for the purpose of going out to a shelter, the County Board of Elections, by bipartisan majority vote, shall establish guidelines for the operation of multi-partisan assistance teams to assist any eligible voting in requesting and casting an absentee ballot. Well, the requesting part's easy, but you can't cast a ballot that you haven't received. And that is the nub of this issue.
I mean, I'll say this and then stop talking, but the numbered memo 2024-07 says at page 11, halfway down the page, MATs are not authorized to transmit or deliver blank ballots. MATs have never been authorized to do that, and neither the session law nor the state board's resolution authorize that practice. I think we're going to get a tremendous blowback from the state board if we do that. I mean, it's a good idea.
My
It's
concern
just-
is,
I mean, it's just
the voters. And
That's what we'll get.
when you read the entirety of the session law, the General Assembly is trying to make it easier for people in the affected counties to vote. And this is inconsistent with that. And so why the session law instructs us to develop guidelines. Well, guidelines have been written by the State Board of Elections. We've got the numbered memo. Those are the guidelines. What additional guidelines would we need to develop? And that's where I think we have the discretion. Otherwise, they would not have put this language in the legislation. And it may be that we are reading it more closely than the folks at the State Board of Elections, and they may look at this interpretation and say, oh, heck yeah. Yeah, you can do that.
Mr. Quinn.
Mr. Aceto.
With all respect to the state board, the numbered memos are not the law. They are not regulations. They are an interpretation and they are advice. We do well to consider them and follow them carefully. In this case, I'm looking at the law. And I agree with your interpretation that we are being not asked, not suggested, but directed to adopt a resolution with guidelines to the MAT teams. So it's not a suggestion. And I think the magic word there you quoted is cast.
Casting.
Right.
So that implies that your assistance with casting is more of an enterprise that requires a handing off and a receiving and but we have limited those locations where we're going to perform this with the MAT teams. And what I'm seeing is that the key here is to be very specific about where and when and who and how. And so that these guidelines they're not suggestions in that sense. They're guardrails instead of just guidelines. So, but I think we probably need a little help with crafting that resolution. It's not something to do on the fly.
No.
I'd like to, hear from all of you, particularly from Corrine. What are you comfortable with? I mean, how do you want to put this together. Is this a Kurt Euler job? Is this a state board job? I mean, what are you thinking? Bottom line is we must pass a resolution with guidelines.
Well, that's in the law.
Yeah,
We're
that's not optional, but
Right.
what do you want to say?
Exactly. And what I would suggest, I mean, I definitely want to hear from Director Duncan. And Director Duncan, I apologize. I realize you're getting surprised by this. And I don't like
I
surprises,
emailed
you know that?
I emailed
Maybe
her. She knows.
surprises in elections and we.
Well,
we
especially in
figure them out.
2024. Especially in 2024, there's a whole lot of surprises. But what I would like to do is, I wouldn't mind taking a crack at drafting something, and I'd like to talk with Mr. Euler, and I want to speak with Ms. Brain too. And I'll bring it to tomorrow's meeting. And we can spend a little time talking about it. In the meantime, I'm guessing there might be a call to Raleigh about this issue, just to make sure that we aren't, stepping into anything we don't want to. But I just love the idea of every eligible member of this community casting a vote. And whatever we can do to get that done is what I want to do. So I want to follow the guidelines from on high, but to the extent possible, I want to be out there serving the voters.
And Mr. Quinn,
Mr. Aceto.
this would fall in the category of things that we could legally delegate to our director, as long as we're specific in doing so. So, this board doesn't necessarily have to come up with all the nitty-gritty details, but we do need to be able to identify them because.
Right.
So, we don't have to micromanage Corrine in order to make this happen. But we do need to be accountable for having created the guardrails.
Director Duncan, what do you think?
I think that we can do several things. So we, of course, can talk to Kurt Euler, Paul Cox. It might also be worth trying to get an interpretation from the state legislature, since it's their law, and then go from there.
Well, yeah, also, Paul Cox, but also the Attorney General's office.
Mm-hmm. And I believe Paul used to work for
Yeah, I think
the
he said that
Attorney
one time.
General's office. So I can bring that to you, and then I would also, I don't know what you're passing around.
Oh, this is part of the law. It's just one section, that specific section of the law.
It's the last sentence that I read out loud.
It's section 9.1A7.
Yeah.
Right.
Page 9 of the session law that's printed out on the website.
Enough.
It's good. It's good. Okay, so we'll gather more information, but your intent is for us to bring ballots to this three now. One shelter is not operating anymore. To those 3 shelters that we identified in the resolution last meeting. Because that's what.
Correct.
what is authorized. And those
a-
are the only shelters in Buncombe.
Right, and after a community member completes an application for an absentee ballot, then instead of mailing it to that when the MAT team brings that application into the office, instead of putting the absentee ballot in the mail, it would be given to the MAT team to bring out to the individual voter.
I understand the
Okay.
intent.
Okay. All right. Well, come on back tomorrow, 3:30. More news for everybody. And I don't know. I'm feeling cautiously optimistic on this one.
One more thing.
Mr. Aceto.
In Black Mountain, I try not to monitor polling places but I was out there bringing food, and I did learn that from Pam Norton that there was one individual who was not the relative or the voter or a person in legal relationship to them deposited 2 voter completed absentee ballots in the envelope and left them at the polling place. The I had suggested that that be brought to your attention directly, and perhaps in the form of an incident report. But I don't know if that's happened in other places. The explanation given was that they had learned in the press that the that the early voting sites would receive the absentee ballots.
Well, that's fine.
Of course, we know that that's not, the law would not permit that. And I don't know if there's been more incidents of that, or how this was brought to your attention, or how it was dealt with, but it was a matter of concern.
Thank you. So absentee ballots can be dropped off at early voting locations, but they have to be by the authorized individuals.
Right.
A log has to be filled out.
Right.
And they won't be accepted by the board if they are not delivered properly.
And my understanding in this case, it was not one of the qualified individuals, and so there was no ability to log it because they were
We
ineligible.
would log it and show that it was not the correct person, so that it would not be accepted.
Did they turn those into you, or did they notify you?
I'm not aware of this, so I'll look into it.
Because we
But
could.
that's a standard procedure.
This was on the first day of absentee ballot, of absentee voting, early voting.
A stamp on each and dropping it in the mailbox would have been fine. Don't.
And I haven't verified this. Maybe, we look and log everything. There's a chain of custody for all ballots.
But if you can't locate that, I will connect you directly with the person who reported it to me at the polling place.
Thank you.
Who would be helpful, but we have kept those separate. The early voting audit comes separate, is kept separate from the rest of that stuff, so we'll be able to find it.
All right, colleagues, the next item is Director Duncan. Did you have any more office updates?
No.
Good.
But are there any questions about anything else? We've had a lot of stuff happening.
We have. Bless you.
Yeah, I had emailed you that I had been hearing that people were being turned away for lack of a photo ID. Did you find out anything about that, or?
So at every single location, we have trained that people need to be asking for a photo ID, and if they don't have one, let them know the options, which is the exception for ID form or returning with your ID, or coming to our office with an ID. That's what the training is, and we reminded all of the poll workers.
Okay, because
to make sure
I had
that
just
that's
been told
happening.
people had left because they had not been offered the exception form. So if you've reminded them, I hope that will take care of that.
Yes.
All right. If there are no more questions on item 3, office updates, we will move on to item 4, election day polling place modifications. Director Duncan, I realize that there are more changes coming.
Yes. All right. So for the election day locations, last meeting we approved 16, I believe that it was. And since then we have had 2 changes. One of them brought back a polling location, so that's fantastic. We have 1 less transfer, and that is Tempe Avery. Devin has put the little PowerPoint that we have for these few changes on the screen, and there is a printed one in front of you at your stations.
So that just removes this first one from the list.
So that first one is we had moved Tempe Avery to another location, but now we don't have to. So that we
It's
just
not
can
on-
keep
yeah,
the,
it's
yep.
removed from the list, okay.
Yes, correct. It's removed from the list of moves and transfers. So that one was fantastic. And then some of you are already aware of this because we were trying to find new locations. But in Black Mountain, I believe it was the elementary school ended up not being able to be a location for us, and that was one where we had transferred 2 locations. So it caused a cascade of changes. So we reached out to figure out all the locations that were available to us, and we found 3 new ones. And that's each one of these pages gives you the 3 new ones. That's Black Mountain Library, which we're familiar with because we use it for early voting. That is St. James Episcopal Church, and it is also the Ridgecrest Conference Center. So let's take them one at a time. The 33.2, that was the primary school, and we are suggesting moving that to the Black Mountain Library. 33.2 is that district that's down around 40. So think about all the voters here will move to this location, which is actually a better location than the Black Mountain Primary School. So that is the suggested change there.
When you were pointing, it was hard for me to see. Were you talking about the light blue part? Where are those voters now?
They're 33.2, which is kind of it's this precinct,
Oh, I see it.
yep,
Okay, I'm with
around
you.
Highway 40.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I know where the Black Mountain Library is. Black Mountain Primary, is that sort of out of town a little bit, or?
That is the little red dot
Right.
on the map. It's only a half mile away
Okay.
for scale. And Black Mountain Primary had flood damage. Once they were assessed, we thought they were okay, and they ended up not being okay. The next page, we're suggesting combining 2 precincts into St. James. So the 2 precincts that would be combining would be 36.1 and 34.1 and 35.1. That's the Lakeview Center, which was damaged by flood, and Black Mountain Montessori. And they are all within 2 miles of each other. And then the last one is for 36.1, which is a giant precinct geographically, but is not giant in population. It has 2,119 potential voters in that location.
Lots of bears.
Lots of bears,
bears,
yes.
right.
And this location actually moves it back into precinct. So you might like this location better for the future too. I can't promise things for the future, but for now, Ridgecrest Conference Center is available to us, and that's a site within precinct. So we're suggesting moving that one there. And those are all of our suggested changes from the last meeting. This spreadsheet that we have given to you has everything all combined together so that we're seeing everything all at once. It ends up being 17 transfers or moves.
Just help me understand. We had the Black Mountain Primary. I get. What about the Black Mountain Montessori School? Did it have mold or something? What was it? So there was some reason we couldn't use it.
Yes. Yep.
I'm with you.
And we
I just
put
didn't hear that.
we put flood damage for the reason. So it's in yellow on each slide. All of the
it.
locations. Yeah. And then for the Black Mountain Baptist Church, they are a disaster relief hub.
Okay, that's good.
And then, if you agree with those changes, and we can have as much discussion as you would like on those, we redrafted the resolution, and then in the be it resolved section, we just replace the previous resolution to keep it clean, rather than adding and taking away from the others. So we can have good communication about it.
Have we communicated with all of the other sites at this point more recently? I know these were these just came up, so where are we with sort of the continued review of the sites that are up?
Yes, fantastic question. So when Montessori dropped out, I got scared. So we recontacted all of the sites
Great.
again. We had done it, the week prior, but we're in a very fluid situation. So we went ahead and contacted them all again, which is a big feat. There's 80 of them. And so we completed that act this morning, actually.
Great.
And so I'm pretty confident that this is a solid plan. And once we approve this evening, we'll start sending out the voter cards, which is required, but then also doing all of the press releases, PR, putting it on our website, bringing it out to the shelters and disaster relief things, all the stuff. Oh, we have billboards now. So they have early voting information on them now, and we're also running radio ads.
So when you send out the voter registration cards, that's going to be the mailed notice, right? Is there will they just get the card? Is there anything that tells the voter this is a unique situation?
Like that, it says that it's a temporary
Oh, I see.
transfer.
Okay.
And I know we passed the resolution last week, so what information was given out to the public in the time period between the time we passed the original one and this, and now?
Yes, so we did send out a press release that had those 16 locations. So Tempe Avery was on there, and then the Black Mountain locations were on there.
That was the only item?
That was
or
the only,
way?
yes, we didn't put it on the website, or, we found out that there were changes needed pretty quickly, so
Great,
we
okay.
didn't put out mass information about it. But it's out there in the press release. And I've let the media know that there's more changes.
Director Duncan, assuming that the board proceeds with approval of the draft resolution and we change these 4 voting locations, will Election Services develop a comprehensive list of the 80 voting locations?
We brought some for the audience as well. Because it's really important for us to share this information far and wide once we get it.
I love that woman. AK, you take such good care of us. Thank you so much. Victoria, you do too. Oh, beautiful. Good. Because there's been a lot of address changes. And I know that there are people in the community who need to know the specific location of each voting site. Getting that information out to folks as quickly as possible and accurately as possible is a wonderful thing to do. So thank you so much. So, moving right along, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2024-12, revising the Election Day polling locations in Buncombe County as a result of the damages caused by Tropical Storm Helene for the 2024 general election.
Also moved.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. The motion before the board is to do what we were just talking about. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. And now we can distribute those sheets with all the location addresses. And let's send out a new press release and make sure everybody's in the know. And we'll even sign the resolution. Dot I's, cross T's. Thanks, okay. Oh, that's cool.
give those to? Or did we have any for them?
No, I don't have any of the resolutions.
No, I'm talking about
Oh, yeah, I handed it to them. They got it first.
the, okay.
Mostly because that's just the one by me.
They're the folks who will act on it.
Well, you already had a list of things.
Right.
so-
True. Okay.
Thanks, okay.
All right, colleagues, thank you. With any luck, there will be no more changes in Election Day polling places. Yeah, knock simulated, wood grain, whatever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next item is item 5, the main event. Mr. Tate. But we're going to do absentee ballot processing, and if you take a look at the scoreboard, you can see we've got 1,511 teed up for the day. Well, for today and perhaps tomorrow. Well, you know, we're not going to keep everybody here too late. We may end up going into recess and completing these tomorrow. But let's start it now.
Okay, sounds good. First up, we'll do board pending reviews. Again, for those in the audience, these are usually the ones 9 out of 10 times they've come in, someone has filled out the envelope properly, but instead of sealing the ballot within the proper envelope, it's sitting in the return envelope. So as soon as we see that, we seal it back and we let the board review to make sure everything else looks okay. ID, signature, witnesses, so on and so forth. But at this point, we have to stop and let them look at it. We don't go into any further investigation in that. So I'm going to pair you two on that since this is our lower volume, and you guys should have 1.1 through the end of 18.2, and then I will divvy up the others. If any
Yeah,
board member
49
does
total.
notice an
we've
issue
got
with
part
these
of it.
ballots, please notate it to the left, and then that way we can, let me get you a different sheet. This was the other one. No, it'll work. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I had a good one last time.
Oh, and let me get you the cutter. I got you.
Okay, we're starting with,
Pending. Board
Yeah.
pending. Should I leave them alone? Your weapon?
Oh, thank you.
They
Well,
should
it was,
already
as I
be
recall,
separated,
it definitely worked good.
No, just once you're through a precinct, just let me know and I'll collect them.
this one's easier.
And remember, if they look okay, you do have to sign them, same as any other ballot. So.
Yeah. Okay, Nate? See if they're in order here.
I'm disappointed they don't go back to school until the 28th.
Also see the other one. Yes. Show that, and we'll see.
Oh, y'all got the good ones. I was gonna show everybody this.
Oh my
The
goodness.
stamps that they used to send back. These are the ones I was telling y'all about the other day.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Wow. I don't know how much those stamps made.
Well, the other one too.
These are bicentennial.
Yeah, we've got,
You got 13-cent stamps on here.
I haven't seen 13 cents.
Collectors would kill for these stamps.
okay. That's what we've got.
You take your entertainment where you can find it.
Yeah,
Stamps.
there's no point in that. ID was, let me check the ID. The ID was good, right? Okay, but we can't. Justin? Justin? No signatures.
So, no signatures. So right to the sign, which one is it?
This one right here.
No signature. Yeah, because it needs to be rejected.
Yep.
This,
Yep.
you still got more in the precinct, so keep going.
Okay. It's amazing. Read that one real well. I like it. Oh, yeah. Approved, right? We approved that one. Yep. Yep. Sure. Or I can, it doesn't matter. Just stand it right beside them. Let them put it back together. Just let them take their time to do that. Yep. We're just stacking them.
Same precinct?
Yeah, we're still working on it.
Yeah, actually, that would be great. If you would, if they're good, go ahead and put them back on the homework.
Okay. That's what they're. Yep. That's the same precinct. We got a few of those to go. Well, no, that's the last of it. We had those three, so the next one will be turned the other way. Let's see. No. I got the first one.
Precinct.
That is precinct?
Yeah.
Yep. We're good. That's the only one in the precinct. Are you gonna sign it? Go ahead and sign it. Yeah. That's fine. Let's see what we got here. Stafford. That's the right person. Yep. precincts on the plan in it, okay. Precincts, CID. Okay. And those two are different precincts, so.
Yeah.
I'll turn the envelope too.
Oh, we don't need to do that.
I mean, just so they'll know they go together.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Same precinct.
It's different, this is 8.3. Leonard Whitney, see, that is in Hopper. Hopefully the ID is in there. You just gotta check one of them. Yeah.
This is a different precinct.
Yeah, this is different precinct, but we've got, a bunch of those. 8.3, we're gonna have a bunch of. Justin, you wanna get those two?
One precinct?
That's two.
Let's do precincts and then where's your,
And we're starting a big precinct now. This next one's a big one.
Okay.
I did note that that one had an ID exception because usually they do those, but they couldn't see it, so. Yes, it does.
that's about 6 times.
Okay. This one's out of order.
She just got back here.
Is it?
About some of it's security. But ask him before you open it.
Yeah, 'cause I'm not even. Christie Warren? Yeah, okay, we've got the right person, 8.3. Let's see what the CIV is. Repeat that one, 48,900.
Yeah.
Okay, all that's right, but
Well, voter failed to sign. That's a cure, right? So you think that's good enough?
Usually is.
No. Like you for another one.
You know where you're at the grocery store and it tells like you have to sign this stuff? I'll just make my mark.
oh, just that last one. It had a photo ID exception for it. You couldn't see it because it was inside. And this one does too. So it's in the envelope inside.
We'll need to make a note. We need to make the notation on that then.
I made a notation on this first one.
Okay, thank you.
Make it on, this one too.
Same thing here. We need to, if they put it in there, with the ballot, you have to.
Correct the same, yes.
Correct it, same thing.
Yeah.
Reasons are okay?
Yeah, just being the
Yeah.
Yep.
Aren't they supposed to give us a number though?
Don't have to. As long as, if they click one, they do. Anything else, they're,
They don't,
they're
okay.
okay.
Okay, and it's got the same,
You're still in the
same mark. Okay.
make sure I keep track of those two because they need to be adjusted.
Okay.
It's okay to scan them if they're approved, but I just have to change them in the scenes.
I marked them.
So you just want us to put both
Yeah, you can
ballots.
go back in the.
They're both in there or in here. If you put it in here, they'll be able to see it.
Because Joyce is going back to them.
That way they can see those. Inside. Another one, she's, we have to adjust all these. Yes, I am. I can see them that way, so it makes it easier. Yes. Because there's a whole bunch of them. You have to correct a bunch of them. And you might wanna,
Y'all are right, put me down here, and that way we can go back and do it.
yeah.
Okay, so it looks okay.
Yeah. All the stuff's on it, right?
If this is one of your map teams, you might wanna remind them to put that on the outside. Cause it's the same person over and over.
Don't think this is a map.
Yeah.
I think this might just be a member of the public.
Could be.
I don't know that name.
Well, it's all kinda all in the same precinct, so
Probably somebody trying to help somebody in the neighborhood.
that makes sense.
Yeah, we don't have Christie.
It's the same person, that's why they're all inside. Yep, there you go. And they're marking the same lady. Yeah. I think this whole precinct's gonna be that way. Yeah, I think so. I do have a question about that. That's a lot. This whole precinct is one person filling them out.
Things are doing okay.
But they're all photo acceptance. See if those witnesses are exactly the same. Okay, no, well, I'll have to ask him to look it up. It looks like they marked it out, but. Yeah, 'cause did they mark it or did they mark it out? Looks like they marked it out. Otherwise, we'd have to put something there if they choose this one. No, they're gonna have to go back to the ID exceptions anyway. Yeah. This one, ID exception form, they've, I can't tell, it looks like maybe they chose the first one and marked it out.
They go with the other one, it's okay. 'Cause they actually circled out, they didn't go with that. So, I'd accept it.
Yes, it is. Pull the lever. Yeah. We would have better tonight exception form. You can write it down. That might be one to ask him about just because. Justin? Will this scan? It's a little. Gonna try it?
Try it.
Okay.
Good, check it out. You went into, you good?
Yeah.
Yep, and they're all, we've got probably one more after this one, they're all same precinct. I wanna get him to turn this air back on. That back one's not gonna scan. No, there's just a check on it. Not wanna see key. Look on the back side. Well,
That'll need it.
huh,
We'll go ahead and
this,
say which envelope.
yep.
Actually, I don't need that.
I don't think that it's gonna scan. And this should be the this is the last one in the precinct. Well, yeah, got a separate signature.
Set
sides of this precinct, that can go with it. I'll hold that there. But keeping it in the precinct.
We're about to finish it.
Is that 4460?
This is a precinct.
This is the end of.
That's the precinct, and it's,
8.3.
yeah.
Okay.
Name on that one. It's inside Kingsbury. Just a lot. Mhm.
Which ones were the ones that which ones, that was a no-go?
That was what you already took that one, no signature on it. Okay, ID exceptions. This is getting a little bit crazy. Yep. Next one's a different precinct. Yeah, that's a new precinct. We've got one more in that precinct. Did you put the ID exceptions for the, oh, I guess you can't see them if they're inside the envelope, can you? Oh, well.
Well, I'm putting them back.
Yeah.
I just put it back in there.
Yeah, okay.
Switch precincts or
That's the second precinct.
We've got one more to go in that precinct. It's a different one. It's a different one. Yeah. You keep getting those mixed up, don't they? People don't read instructions, they just. Okay.
Okay. Who, did they do it? No, somebody else.
No, somebody else.
Justin, I mean, these are fine. Of course, it didn't sign, but as long as these are okay, we can ignore that.
That's the helper. You probably need that signature too, because they're the one that did assisted in the ballot.
Usually it's like one of the witnesses, so technically, let me set this one down.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good catch, because I'm like you, cause, see, you know, I got a problem with this one.
Oh, you're there.
Yeah. I got a problem, and this is why. You see this? That's the same as the signature.
So that might be,
It's, I think, yeah,
I think y'all should vote on that one.
I do too, because see, this is who helped, and yet, I'm not sure the same person, yeah, I question that one.
Okay, I'll decide now that y'all should vote on that.
See, that's a signature, that's a signature, and up here, that's the same thing, but she had a helper.
So you're saying because the helper didn't sign it, it's problematical, and that it looks like the helper filled it out.
It looks like the helper filled it out and signed it. I mean, they may choose to approve it, because if she had a helper,
I just, well, I guess my thinking is since there were two witnesses, that it takes away some of the suspicion. But
just let everybody look at it, if they think so, then. Let's check the precinct. I think we got carried away and didn't check the precinct. 10.1 and 40. 48. Okay. That much is right. We'll just not approve it yet.
Does it have a lot of salt?
Yes, really. That's the one.
Just here's the,
Well, I'm gonna let y'all.
That's not the same.
I put everything.
Wait,
The ballot's still back in there.
This one's okay.
this one's okay?
That's got,
It's just a precinct?
no, that's got everything in it.
Oh, okay. That's the problem. Okay, let's set that over here then. Problem's not good.
Yes. Works for me. Witness to swear. Yes. Either an ID or an ID acceptance form. We seem to do all the ID acceptance forms. Which I would expect a lot of those this time. Got the numbers. Works for me. I can't believe they're all exception forms now. Yep. Okay, new precinct 16.2. those two can go. Now we're starting our last precinct. The rest of them should be in one precinct. I don't think it matters. This is just for photo ID. Worth asking. It's worth asking, but I don't think, unless they're trying to register, which they didn't. Justin? Since they're not trying to register, this is just for photo ID, right? It's a Florida license.
Unless they've moved here within 90 days. We don't accept it.
That's what we were asking, because
Can look up their registration date, but if not,
we better hold off on that one. No? What's the name on that one? Janice Beck? I'm marking it that we're gonna check it. This one's okay. Somebody gave us all the hard ones. Yes, it is. Okay.
So this team to the side are a bipartisan team, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. And we've got issues with the ballot. Say, for example, they won't run through the machine. So what we're doing is duplicating. Simple process. A person of one party reads what's on the ballot. A person of the opposite party will confirm that they have read the right item. A person of the opposite party will write down what was said to them, and then a person of, again, the corresponding opposite party will make sure that they've written what was written. So that's how, if a ballot doesn't scan or if it's marked just like where the machine won't read it, that's what we do is we go back, and that's how we just basically correct an unscannable ballot.
And Mr. Tate, then there's our least favorite kind of ballot that needs to be duplicated. Those are the ones that when we open the ballot, we sliced and it can't scan because we tore the ballot. We try to be careful when we open those ballots, but we are not always successful.
Okay. Both of them? Oh, okay. That's. Yeah, well, same thing with. Okay, let me check registration with the ID. This is a recent register, so. They might have moved here because of, wow, that's hardly anything new. Oh, well. I guess what was important to them. Yeah. Yeah. Worth checking. They must have been running from the storm. And I got it. Double check, it looks good to me. That's amazing. It's the same person, yes, we got the last two are in the same person.
Yeah, when I got this far, and it was like, oh, I gotta get lucky, because there's all the dip buttons. But he said SP, SN, ST,
Right. Well, and it can't be.
and, right, because it's already there. So it's like, all the dice, baby,
No,
all
you
the
just rolled
dice.
it.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'll probably go
I got lucky with it. I got it approved for that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take another, I'm gonna do an H.
These last 4, 18.
Yes.
C down.
One more and we're good for this.
That's it.
Well, like you said, there's that, there's spout, and
But I got the T, so.
there's,
So I'm gonna take, I'm gonna take.
And then we'll be done.
I'm gonna make a word with those letters,
Yeah,
and then I'm
see.
I could be wrong. I'd like for everybody to look at it.
I know where the S is.
Oh, I
So
didn't,
the
I
ones
see
that
that.
are, so I'm gonna take the C and the H, which are all possibilities.
She's got all the right answers. If nobody would fill that in,
Crap shoot.
Yep,
fine.
but they did.
So I'll leave that to you.
Right, all of those, yeah. Oh, no problem. I've already got one.
Okay,
Yep.
I know, it's funny, because Sally, that was the first words you said to me. And it's
Was
like,
it?
this is not going with your first.
Sometimes I do that. Probably more times than not. It's a good one. Yeah.
Did you tackle the,
I assume we
Haven't
signed this
yet.
one back.
Are you a queen?
I got 2 more words. There's 2 more.
There's been some tough ones this last week.
Here.
Of course, we got one to vote on, so.
10 days after
Still-
I was born.
Still got one to vote on here.
I didn't have internet. And I don't play it on my phone, I play it on a Wi-Fi. I'm coming down here to the office thinking, this is so bad. So bad. But I did miss a bunch of days.
Yeah. Did you hate that?
That was just a completely separate precinct. No, it wasn't. It was part of 10.1. That, it just, yeah, if everybody's good with it, it just looks a little odd to me, especially since the helper didn't sign.
They run these.
As you know, it's very difficult to get a decision from my friends. I'm saying on this one, what I want to clear is to be document everything. That's what I'm.
Yeah.
Mic's going hot because we've got an issue.
Mike's going up.
Mic's going hot. Hot mic, everyone. All right.
All right, Mr. Tate.
It has been brought to my attention that we had one ballot that was returned,
Thank you, everybody. There's one ballot that's been returned.
and the point of question, we're not even saying contention.
Duplicators, we're listening to a presentation here. Thank you. All right, Mr.
is
Tate.
That this voter states, or that it was stated that they received assistance, but the assistant did not sign. However, everything else on the ballot, including the photo ID exception form, seems okay. It was just brought as a point of, what do we say, interest on this, would just make sure that the board agrees that everything
There
is.
was also the signature and the name that was written supposedly by the helper is identical. Just wanted everybody to look at it.
I will pass this down.
Thank you.
See your opinions.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not even sure what the rule is on if they have a helper. Yes.
Voter signature.
Yeah.
That's the voter's name. Oh, wait, she didn't have an idea. She didn't get something.
Exactly, and that's the issue, is the tax reform, supposedly she had a helper. And
Yeah.
supposedly she's an assisted living. And if she had a helper that did all of this, that, this, and this are all identical. Like,
Same, right.
and they didn't sign.
But you've got the witnesses.
You've got two witnesses.
What's
that
going on?
look okay. This person had an assistant who didn't sign. Now,
But has
they're-
two
they're in
witnesses.
assisted living and has a disability.
So the question is, whose signature is
that?
And see, it's this identical.
Okay.
I mean, no doubt this
There is
identical.
another place where we can go, and that's our database.
Well, then,
We've got signatures in the database.
okay.
Well, if you get the same, if it's the same voter
Well,
signature in
but
there.
we're just trying to verify the integrity of the absentee ballot. This isn't to do verification per se. This is to make sure that this form was completed properly and consistently with the information on here.
And what's the question?
Who signed this form?
So, these people witness that signature.
Correct. That's what
So
they're telling
So it has
us.
a witness.
Right.
This signature looks just like that signature.
Right,
That's right.
it does.
I say go for it.
I do too.
I think it's okay.
I just wanted everybody to look at it.
I'm so glad you asked.
Absolutely. As long as, yeah.
All righty, back to it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Back to it.
It's very astute to check that.
An absentee ballot that had a photo ID exception form, and we were wondering whether it had been properly noticed.
There you go.
Take a look at that in case we needed to pull it out.
There's one ballot that had no signature. Yeah. Yeah, you do and I do.
Well, it's one of the two. The one with no signature and then no ID. That's
No, they're talking about the fact that you're talking about the one that we did the board review on. No signature.
No signature, and then they got one that was.
Oh, they had one. It's not. No ID, okay. And we started with 49, correct? That's a lot to write down. 'Cause you need to
Those
do-
are okay, she just wants the ones that were rejected.
Oh, okay.
Piece these together, which
Yeah. You checked approved on the other one.
Boy, I'm finally doing something useful here, huh?
Yeah,
Writing lines on a piece of paper.
checking boxes. You should be used to that.
I am.
You need to take that on my mind.
Signed. All right, colleagues, thank you for reviewing the 49 ballots that required board review. I realize that two of those ballots have been pulled from the group. And so I would entertain a motion to approve 47 of the board pending review ballots that we just reviewed.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Motion before the board is to approve the 47 board pending review ballots that were just reviewed. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
All right, up next, military.
And militaries are coming. But while we have a break in the action, we had great turnout this weekend. The good news is we had better turnout yesterday and today. We had over 7,000 voters each day, Monday and Tuesday. And the thing that I find gratifying about this is that it is counter to the historical trend where we always have that first Thursday, Friday, Saturday real big, and then the following week it slacks off. And instead, we see an uptrend. So thank you, Buncombe, for getting out there and voting. Keep it up. Keep it up, Buncombe. Yeah, this is good. Hey, Beth. I did not review them. I will ask my colleagues who.
One had no signature at all.
One had no ID at all.
Didn't have signature. Didn't have any kind of witness signature. Missing completely. There was a voter signature, but no witness's signature.
Chair,
Kathy.
will then they be cured? Those two voters will be contacted? Thank you.
And military ballots coming up. And now it turns on. All right.
All right. So again, let me explain to everybody in the boardroom. Many of you know this. So what we're starting now are called UOCAVAs. These are military and overseas. Now, military can even be domestic voters as long as they're in the military service. Typically, what they'll do is submit an FPCA, and we email them a link so that they can fill out a ballot online. When that ballot comes back, unfortunately, it lives in the 8.5 by 11 dimension world, and that doesn't work in our machine. So it has to be, again, duplicated from the paper copy onto an actual ballot. So what the board's going to do now is basically just double check, make sure that the names and the CIVs match up, and then we will run them. Now, there will be a couple that are in, let me show the audience, that are in these little envelopes right here. Well, these weren't emailed back. These were actually mailed back from military personnel. So that's an actual ballot in there, and it didn't need to be duplicated. So from there, I will turn it over to y'all.
That's the next one. See, we're on this one. That one's sealed. Let's see, this one just says, it's got two names, this has a third, I guess that's a middle name. I guess if everything else is the same, we're good. 738-2, okay. I guess they just didn't print the middle name on there. See what numbers on the ballot. Yep. I like these envelopes better, you don't slice the ballot that way. Yes. Numbers are correct. Mr. Chairman. Now we've just gotten started.
All right. Board, 16 military ballots were approved. Seemed good to me.
All right, Board, thank you so much for reviewing the 16 military ballots that were presented by staff. I would entertain a motion to approve the 16 ballots that were just reviewed. Thank you, Ms. Brain. The motion before the Board is to approve the 16 military ballots that were just reviewed. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. Okay, 65 down, a lot to go. Next are the overseas ballots, I believe.
All right. Up next. A fairly large chunk of the OVR. So duplicators, let me pair you with your corresponding board member.
Didn't need another chair. wheels and.
Now, why does the process change at this point? Because there's more ballots?
Oh, we got a lot to go through, so we've basically created 5 teams of 2 instead of,
Yep.
just 2 teams.
Oh, gotcha.
She's gonna do most of the work on this, so you're just kinda help with the names as we go down. from
Sure.
the section that we have.
Yeah, the thing, Mr. Chairman, could we get a couple of pens?
Yes, coming down.
Yeah, just grab a pen. Does everybody have a pen down there? Here. Okay. What we're gonna do is, they're gonna give me a stack.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna check the name.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna check the precinct number.
Mhm.
And check this number right here.
Okay.
We're not gonna say this one out loud, because that's identifiable.
Okay.
So I'll just point to that one. You can check that and make sure it's the same
Okay.
OPR number.
Okay.
And so basically, it's a check there, and a check there, and a check there.
Okay. We can do that.
That's my pen. I lost my pen last week,
Oh,
and I knew it went in the jar. I left it here last week.
did it go into the jar?
Yep. I usually have one right here.
Uh-huh.
I always use these, so I know that that's the one I'm using, Board of Elections pens.
Okay.
See, we've got, how many did we say? On OVRs, we've got 359 to do. So, those will be split up among 5 groups instead of just 2.
That sounds reasonable.
Well, make sure that at least one board member sees every ballot.
Absolutely.
Mr. Quinn, do you need one of those back?
No, I think we got it.
Does your friend have one? Does your friend have one?
We're armed and dangerous.
Armed and dangerous.
Uh-oh.
We got pens. Oh, we got pens and we're gonna use them.
Here comes the stack.
All right.
Slid out.
Okay. So we're not sure where it goes?
Yeah, I do. It's 39.3.
Right there.
It's right there.
Okay.
There you go.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, we will separate those ballots. Okay. This is the name that we're looking for. Now,
These are not in alphabetical order, then, are they?
they're not gonna be in alphabetical order, they're gonna be in precinct order, so we're starting with 25.1. Okay. Paul Ballard.
Bowser.
Bowser, yes, Paul Bowser.
Check, so I check him.
Yeah, 25.1. This is your OVR. The number over to your right. And what we're doing on the ballot is checking to make sure the OVR is the same and the precinct is the same.
Okay.
Okay, so this ballot goes over here.
Precinct, let us know.
Okay.
Like that.
Now, all we're doing with ballot is we look to see if there's any odd marks, like X's or stuff like that.
The machine doesn't like, right?
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let's move over that way just a tad.
Sure.
See if we can get a spot here to put these sheets in here
Okey
too.
dokey. We got it.
Okay. Richard Lowenbrock. 26-1. There's your OVR. And 6-1. Nothing crazy. So that's, we've got one right here. Yep.
What's with him? Would you look at? That made him do crosswise.
Put it crosswise because that was one precinct, this is another.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
And I have to initial these, so it takes time.
No problem.
So, now we're on to another precinct.
Okay.
27-1.
That's
You know, log off.
27-2.
Let's see if we got,
This one is 27-2.
we don't have a 27-1. Okay,
Nope, we're good.
as long as that's the next one on the list. You know, log off. 27-2, there's your OBR.
Gotcha.
These are gonna go precinct-wise pretty quick in some cases. Okay, still 27-2. Let's see.
They're
Yes,
both
they're-
20, they're both 27-2, right?
Mm-mm,
Oh,
no,
no.
one was 26-1.
Okay,
That first one was 26-1.
okay,
This
right,
is
he didn't
27-2.
pick that up yet, okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
You have the number for me?
I did,
That one?
Mhm.
Yes.
I did.
Yeah. Make sure you put
Oh,
Mark.
I put the check in the wrong place, I'm sorry.
No problem. 27-2. Very
Gotcha.
good. Oh, this stack is a little unwieldy here. It's also 27-2.
We're gonna whittle it down.
Yes, we are.
It's come to my attention that my assistants in the other room
Gotcha.
indulged in ice candy for the first time, so here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, untoward there.
New precinct.
Justin, 2 precincts. There's one, and then there's the others. 28-1. Let's put Warner. And the OBR. Mm-hmm. 28-1. Timothy Hardigan. Still in 28-1.
Still 28-1.
Yes. Leslie Holcomb.
Humble.
28-1.
Okay, gotcha.
That's part of it. It's attached, so I'll leave that. 7, yep. Still 28-1.
Gotcha.
faster than the others.
New precinct.
There. Okay. 29-2. Just one. There you go.
Gotcha. He's good. He's,
Got a precinct?
Oh, we take cruising through precincts. Most of ours are like ones or twos on the precincts. Here's another precinct.
Okay.
29
2.
okay. Mm-hmm. Good.
Now, is that,
Oh, gotcha.
okay, is that name?
Mm-hmm.
You are, okay, good. And they don't have capital letters, I have to look twice and make sure they didn't leave one off.
Mm-hmm.
Exact order. I'm gonna steal some from you. Sell it and don't get bored.
Oh, we can't let them get bored.
No, we can't.
You know they're gonna get in trouble.
Yes, they are. Sally will get in trouble.
Okay.
Okay, let's make sure we still have 29 twos. Now we just
New
changed precinct.
New precinct.
Precinct. Taylor Black.
Got him.
Okay, 30.2.
Yes.
There's your UVR.
And 10-7. Mm-hmm.
And there's your OVR.
Mm-hmm.
Precinct.
I checked it.
30.2 still.
Yes.
Okay. Nick Corin Schultz.
Mm-hmm. Got her. Mm-hmm.
144.
Yes.
30.2.
Yes.
For 432.
Mm-hmm. New precinct.
New precinct. Precinct.
Mm-hmm.
Carl Gordon. Lindgren?
Lindgren. Mm-hmm.
Lindgren.
And 30.3. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
There's your OVR.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Got another one? Have to get those together. 30.3. 31.1.
Mm-hmm.
Precinct. Mayor.
Okay.
Got him. 31.1. Got him.
Mm-hmm.
OVR.
Mm-hmm.
Precinct. Well, there's only one or two, so. Autumn Robinson. 32.1.
Mm-hmm. She's good.
677.
Yes.
27,
Mm-hmm.
32, 1. Nothing crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. 33.2.
Precinct.
Precinct. Okay, 33.2.
Mm-hmm.
Emily Fuller.
Yes.
32, Emily Fuller.
Got her.
OVR.
She's good. Mm-hmm.
crazy? Still got one to go over here. No, not yet. Not quite.
Not quite.
This time we got a little bigger one. Deborah McInnes. 33-2.
Gotcha.
There's your OVR.
Yep. These people to our left have none.
Just, they need balance.
They need it.
Okay, here we go.
Kyle Warnock.
Okay, and
33-2.
32. Okay,
There's your OVR.
got him.
And
I've got him. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're done with that precinct.
precinct on the back. Helps to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Precinct. 35-1.
Okay.
Stephanie Gibson.
Okay. And I've got her number. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Precinct. There's still 35-1.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
35-1. Thomas Little.
Mm-hmm. 35-1. Okay. Yes, he's the same. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
New
change
precinct.
37-1.
37-1. We have just one.
Okay, this is gonna be harder to read. Let's see what's on here. Can you read that?
Mm-hmm.
What's the name over there?
Michaela Zanchi. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Let's see, 31, 37-1.
Mm-hmm.
Can't make out that over your though.
That's tough.
Let me double check it.
Okay.
Oh,
Good. It's 908. Mm-hmm. No. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I won't, but Jake will yell at you.
I don't want to be yelled at.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I hate it when they have these tiny little copies.
Mm.
Okay.
New precinct.
New precinct.
Hi.
38-2. John Ashworth.
Got him. Got him. He's got lots of names here.
Yeah, as long as the two we've got
Yes,
match.
absolutely.
Behind that throws me off too.
Yes. Yes.
Let's see, that's 38. This was. Okay, new precinct. We've got 3 precincts here. Well, I'm gonna put this one in. There's 2. We're still on 38-2.
Yeah, we have a few. We have several of those.
Madeline Ashworth.
Got her. Got her. Mm-hmm.
38-2.
Yes.
There's 2 precincts here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check the numbers. two precincts right here. There and there. Thank you. 38 two. So now we can put these over here. Another tiny one.
Not as
That'll
tiny as the
heal.
other one. Yes, he's good.
332. See the precinct. No issues. 38-2. Joseph Caldus? Cletus.
38-2. That's it for 38-2.
Let's put this one down first. Now it's precinct. And this one is 39-3. Dana.
Give me good news.
Cruikshank.
Okay. And 38-3, and we need
where'd it
her.
go? I need one of those. There's your ODR.
Gotcha.
Precinct.
I'm not saying it out loud.
Okay, where's my signature spot? Oh. Yeah, they do that every now and then. Okay, and that one is 39-3 precinct. Daryl Lowry,
Yes. Got him.
41-1,
Yes, ma'am.
41-1,
Yes.
precinct.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
We
He's
got
in
him.
Crazy.
You did good.
Well, we're just getting started.
Oh.
You did hear me say we were here. Yes, that's ready. Thank you. Yes. You heard me say we were here until 12:05.
Board members,
Not I
that
said
was
red hen.
rather efficient.
Oh, yes, no. it's-
So, since everything was approved, we just need it signed in triplicate, but let me collect all these so we don't have to have a million different signatures on stuff. You got that one going? That one and that one. All right, that seems sufficient.
There's 3 on this one. Steve, you- Sally wants that one. Where were we marking? Here, and we finished here, so. I think everybody on that one. Yeah, I had a box here. Somebody took the box.
It's over there.
No, really?
I just sent a message to my
Hey, wait, wait, wait,
Yes.
wait, wait,
Probably
wait.
not. They'll be
Ed, did that.
Yep.
That's what. Sorry, that's the one I missed.
Don't overwork it, you got a lot more to do. You keep working that hand and you'll run out of steam.
I can't wait to see this thing. Oh, I'm not letting it die easily.
Good, good.
No, Mary Ann, well, you're right.
You're right.
And you're right.
I agree.
Yep.
I spent a lot of time on that one.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that you did.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not that I like to give them bad. I just want to make sure they know what you're doing. I'm not sure they
You
do.
make the statute, you live by the statute.
But interpretation, that number down there was very explicit.
Yeah, but it's still a number of envelopes.
I got that. At least three of us agree on that.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And they were all good to go?
Yeah, good.
Colleagues, thank you. That was fun, wasn't it? 135 overseas ballots without a hiccup. Those are the best kind. I would entertain a motion to approve the 135 overseas ballots that we just reviewed. Thank you, Mr. Aceto. It was your turn. The motion before the board is to approve the 135 overseas ballots we just reviewed. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. Moving right along. ID exception forms.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to present an idea to the board that I will allow our
Oh,
beloved director to explain. Apparently, this comes with precedence from the 2020 election, and that's why I have additional assistance today.
oh, all right.
Director Duncan, if you would be so.
Good to see you here, Beth.
Yes.
You ready?
These are high-powered assistants. Okay, so the board meetings have been taking a while. And so we reviewed our process in 2020, where we had 35,000 absentee ballots that we were going through.
39,000.
30-something thousand.
I did 39,000 ballots. 39,000.
And one of the things that we did was have the board review every single envelope like we do. But then once the board approved the envelope, like everything looks good to go, hand it to a team who opens it and checks the CIVs and then flags if a CIV is missing, is switched, then they flag that and view that. So it takes one step off of the board. So we have staff to be able to do that tonight if that's something that you're interested in.
Yeah, colleagues, in 2020, it was a huge plus. I mean, expedited the process considerably because, you know, opening the ballot and then pulling it out to compare the CIVs is time consuming. But we would be inspecting the ballot and the photo ID for compliance. I'm comfortable with the approach, but I want to. That is correct. We would not. Two things we would not do. We would not remove the ballot from the envelope. No, three things. We wouldn't slice it, we wouldn't remove it, and we would not compare the ballot CIV with the envelope CIV. But we would be inspecting the envelopes closely for compliance. Anyway, I don't know if we need a motion for that. I'd like to proceed that way, but if anybody has any ideas, have any questions, I'd like to discuss it.
So if there's any mismatches, they would just, the CIVs on the envelope and the ballot, they would just bring it to our attention and we'd look at it.
Correct. If there's a mismatch, each of those ballots would be flagged for our attention. Of course, we would hope that the matching mismatched CIV would materialize, but it would be handled. Mr. Aceto.
Thank you. So I assume that all this will be taking place in our presence, so that
Correct.
the slicing team is going, the matching team is going to be sitting at one table, and we're going to be 3 feet away examining envelopes.
That is correct. all that work would be occurring in this room
room
at the
in our
same
presence.
time.
Sounds good
And
to me.
it is my understanding that the folks who are going to assist us with this have the highest set of skills when it comes to avoiding slicing the ballots,
That was my next question.
which is crucial. And one of the things I like about this approach is it absolves all 5 members of the board
Of slicing
from any problems of ballot
Do
slicing.
they have their Slice Meister? Do they have their Slice Meister certification?
Yeah, I
Can they
think
operate a
they
slice
do.
mill?
I will add one bit of information. That's just FYI. I'm not suggesting we do this, but in 2020, we actually used a machine to open the envelopes. There were so many of them. We had a slicing machine. Every so often, the machine would slice a ballot, but it actually worked very well for us. And when you process that many, it's nice to have that kind of help. Anyway, let us proceed then. Do we have to vote?
But
Okay.
We can also, again, we're starting with ID exception, so there's only 268. So if we get a feel for it and it seems okay, we can move forward that way.
Oh, no, I want to do this. I want to expedite things. And I will make the motion that as we proceed with absentee ballots at today's meeting, the board will review the absentee ballot container envelope for compliance with all rules and regulations. And we will delegate to staff the duty to open the ballots, remove the ballots, and compare the CIVs in our presence.
Just can I ask one other question?
Yes, please, Mr. Schultz.
And then what's the procedure for approving, initialing?
I think you should still, you're approving the envelope to be open, so
Right.
still initial all of the envelopes, and then,
Before the envelope is opened?
yes. Because that's, what you're approving there is that the application is correct. And then we'll flag any issues that come up.
Thank you for the clarifying question, Mr. Schultz. Any more questions? Any issues? The motion before the board is to approve a process by which we inspect the absentee ballot container return envelope, and we delegate to staff the duty to open envelopes, extract the ballots, and compare CIVs in our presence. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries, and for the balance of this meeting, we will treat absentee ballots in the manner just discussed.
Okay, and we will, like I said, we're starting with affidavit, or the ID exception form ones, so the volume is less. This will give us a good run through first.
Anybody needs a slicer?
So where are you going to have them do this?
Right here.
Okay.
Where's our multi-partisan going to be? Should be 2 people over there. That's provided by our where the board can see what they're doing? Thank you. That'd be nice, but. Just look on that.
I'm trying to break them down by precinct. I didn't mean to do it that way.
I see. Uh-huh. Yes, there are. But what we're doing this time is reviewing this side and the ID exception form. That's it. Okay.
We'll still have extras whenever you all get to it. She got big copies.
Justin, you're muttering.
It probably won't be the last time. Next couple of weeks.
Probably won't be the last time
I said
tonight.
you got a big file. I'm gonna make sure you get one too.
Okay, so we need to start at 29.
I'm ready.
29-2. Right?
Get a
29
tell us group that are done first.
Karen Marie Adams.
Marie Adams.
Here's the CID.
Minutes.
I know, just tell me what you get. I'm gonna look at this, and I'm gonna look at that, and then I'm gonna sign.
With Doris
And I'm gonna hand it to him, and he's gonna slice.
Precinct
No,
30.
no slices.
He's just gonna look at it with me. We're just gonna make a nice little file. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna let you be you mark it, and I'm gonna look at it. But you're gonna look at it with me. Okay, 9-1. Billy Eugene King. Don't scare me like that. Okay.
Precinct, yeah.
Voter signature.
There you go, there you go. Homewood Drive.
And signature. We have a photo ID exception form. This
Okay,
is the
it's
actual one.
signed, and then we look at this.
She gave us
That's the exception. It is signed. Natural disaster trumps everything, and there's the name at the top. Okay? And I'm gonna put this, let's put it right like that, and I'm gonna give you a little more room. Okay. So we got that, and here it is. Another king.
Say the CID.
Deborah.
I'm not gonna say
Same.
it.
Okay, I'll keep this.
Natural disaster.
Okay, this is Ashley
good?
Kip Shagane. And I got one witness, I got two witnesses.
Natural
And
disaster.
photo ID exception
Name
form that is
signed.
signed. I was a victim of a natural disaster. Yes, they were.
Camp. Tell me when you're ready. I lied.
Just put that over
Wrap.
there, Justin can pick it up. Now we're
Witness.
32.1.
Who's this one?
Okay.
Lawrence Edward Brown.
Yeah, I have
Another Ratliff.
Mm-hmm.
Ratliff and Ratliff.
It is
Right.
properly witnessed.
Natural disaster, name, signed.
ID exception form, unable to include photocopy. We got the last
Rouse.
for the social.
Whoops.
And what did I say? That's right, line.
Name.
Wrote the following, and he signed it.
No, unable,
it's
last
on the-
instance,
there's
last
that
four,
one.
Calvin.
signed,
Yes. Yes.
stains.
Good.
Sure. Two witnesses, Helper with a signature.
Now, pretty few
Voter
things.
did sign these
One. Here we're starting with Ronald Lee King. Mr. King signed it. He properly
Let me do
witnessed.
that.
What's really bad is when
Signed,
don't work
voter,
sometimes.
voter, stains, natural disaster,
Especially if they're getting help. The helper should know
Name.
better.
starting a new precinct.
I did not. That's why I was pulling this piece of paper.
Justin, would you like a precinct?
Compare those real quick.
Just be that way. See if I care. Okay. So, 10-1. Here's a precinct if you wish it.
That's impossible.
Precinct if you can keep it.
That's my signature line.
Okay. Amaker. Name and disability or illness. Signed.
He took away one.
Yeah, that's good.
And we're still in 36.2.
He's got it
Josie
for
Lee
it.
Neely. Whoever signed it. And it is properly.
Okay. Keister.
Witnesses from New Jersey and Colorado.
Signed, National Disaster. Name.
For the social, which
We don't have to have, no, this is, if they have a helper, we want it to have a signature. They don't have to, just two witnesses.
Signed. Signed. Whitmire.
Yeah, that trumps everything.
Whitmire.
Bruce Charles
The
Stanley
problem
Jr.
was,
That one trumps anything else,
Properly witnessed.
especially this year.
Photo ID exception form is signed.
Whittington.
Got the natural disaster.
Signed, signed,
Ongoing.
signed.
Good to go.
Yes,
Holly Bradley, hello,
I bet they're related,
Number.
like husband and wife.
22.
Name.
And we have Elizabeth H. Stanley.
Signed. A new precinct. Precinct,
Witnessed.
precinct, precinct.
And she has a photo ID exception form that is signed with the natural disaster declaration.
Okay. Signed, signed, signed. This is
is
axed. I axed you not to do that. Okay.
still in Black Mountain. We have
Number.
Carly Ann
Name.
Mertz.
Signed.
Ms. Mertz signed it.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead, go
Photo
ahead,
ID
go ahead.
exception form with a natural disaster.
This one does have a helper.
Okay.
Signature.
Rutenberg. Signed, signed, signed. Name. Number.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Got another precinct if you want it.
I'm the blue ink guy. I was
Signed.
my career
Okay.
in government. I always wanted to see this in the city. I came from photocopy. Blue ink, photocopy. Use blue ink, you know, it's like photocopy.
Two precincts.
Then they invented color copiers. And all that went out.
Signatures.
Anyway, we got
Does have a
Jessica
helper.
Lorraine Stitt.
Signed.
And she signed. Who's witnessed.
Name,
Illinois,
number.
Michigan.
Signed.
We got the photo ID exception form. with
Signed, signed, signed.
Yeah, she gave us the numbers, and she signed it.
Wait a minute. Was I supposed to be initialing those?
Yep.
I didn't initial any of them.
You changed our routine.
Alrighty, and this is Carol Lorraine Tanner. Signed it.
No, I think I did more than that, so. Well, while I'm at it. Sign, sign, sign. Name, number. Yep. So some people are just that way. Yeah, that's right. I did those and I did not sign. No, that's me. That's me.
I worked early voting. Loved it. Barbara Elizabeth.
Alrighty, so we have Barbara Doyle Allison. She signed it. Witnessed.
Oh, yeah.
Gazillion more.
Enabled.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's too bad. Some people just,
And she signed it.
I mean, it's not as bad as slicing a ballot, but it's pretty, it's up there. It's up there.
Exceptions.
One, and we're still in the precinct with Lewis Everett Atchison. Signed. Witnessed.
Yes.
She was one of the witnesses. Properly done here. Natural disaster.
Numbers.
Okay. Precinct, precinct.
And this is Ronald Stephen Bates. Signed it. Signatures. Second helper.
Davis. 29-2.
Those and the signature.
That's sort of a signature. Did have a helper.
Sometimes that's all we can muster.
You were wondering why I was so
This is
fast.
Patricia Renee Salino. She was also in there. Got that. And signed.
And Gordon Elwell.
Also 29.
Alan DeMayo.
Trouble usually matching very rarely. Numbers, right signatures.
Let's make sure we did these. This is, we are in,
So I need to send them up to the shelters.
oh boy, 5.1.
This is James Edgar Jr.
I don't think I did these.
Signed. Whitney Harper.
I did not do these. You can, I think these came off your list. You wanna make sure. 5.1?
Yeah.
Okay, I signed them for just. And this is 14.2.
And Sarah Elizabeth Mail.
Okay, we're still going on 14.2.
Got the help.
Okay, you good? Sign the boxes. Yeah, sorry, those are hers and I
Yeah, I think
missed them.
the last two.
Okay, he's got a number and he's got a name.
Explains why we got so many from that precinct.
They took away your number, they gave you a number and they took away your name.
And here we have Maurice Allen Maynard. Signed it. Witness.
Okay, let me make sure I'm caught up with you. We just did
Social.
Angel, Baloo,
Got a
and
signature.
Bartlett. Okay, now we got Coverly. Sign, sign, sign.
One, two.
Name, number, signed.
And this is Kent William Mercer Rose.
Eckert. Sign, sign, sign. Name, number,
Disaster government. Make it simple. Don't support our-
signed.
And this is Kimberly Yvonne Owen. Signed it?
Urban.
It is Whitney.
Sign, sign, sign. Name,
Social on a signature.
signature.
Should be perfect, I like that.
If they get set to one, well, I mean, if they're good, if you've got a match, then it's fine.
Sign, 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 it's amazing.
No, no, no. But if you don't have a match, that's what we gotta go talk about.
Victim. Sign.
So, bless you.
Good, I don't wanna.
You're about to be exposed.
Yep.
Galloway, sign, 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 sign.
Oh, don't ever write on the envelope. Don't ever write on the envelope. Do we care? But wait, let me ask the boss. Karina and Duncan.
Yeah.
Junta.
Care.
For a minute, there's like, so many minutes. It felt there.
there.
Sign, sign.
Okay.
That was an emphatic.
What do you do? Is he victim? He is a victim.
Those aren't signed.
And here we have Bruce Douglas Smith.
This one trumps everything, right?
Signed.
That's right. That's right. That's just,
Helper.
you just stop it.
What are they doing over there? They're losing it. Signed. It is signed.
Sign, sign.
It's there. It's just
Name.
flying over the line.
Number. Sign.
And this is Charles Varner. Charles Leonard Varner. He signed it. Probably witnessed.
Coey.
And
Sign. Sign, sign. Oh, there's that same guy.
Here he's really good.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Victim. Sign.
George Dallas Webb.
Oh, you get in touch with me.
Good.
Parker. Sign. Sign, sign. Victim. Name.
Well, this is
Rice.
Benjamin Theodore Wheeler. Signed it.
Sign, 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 sign.
Same folks. Hey, wait.
Name.
59 Woodfin Place.
that's our Donna. Look at this.
Sign. Sign, sign.
Yeah.
Victim. Name.
Almost. I got just a few more.
Sign.
That was good.
Sign. Smith. Yes. Victim. Sign.
And this is Judith Foot White. She has a witness. She signed it. She has a social. And she has a
This is gonna be the biggest precinct ever, 29-2.
Taft. Sign. Sign. Number. Name.
Last but not least is Linda Lucretia Woody.
It's 19-1, whoever has that.
Signed, and she has a witness.
We wouldn't let something like that go by us.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
These are good
Sign.
to go right here.
Sign. Name, number.
I like to say these are good to go. but
Signature.
they're not. 29-2.
Yeah, we're back to the short precincts, which I kind of like.
Winslow. Sign.
Precinct 35.1, Black Mountain. Leslie Neal Friedman.
Victim.
And we've got signatures, witnesses.
End of the precinct. Wow. Justin, if you would like a precinct, I have one for you. This time I actually signed them, just to see if you were still looking.
Christina. Oh, it is spelled differently.
15-1.
And still 37.1, we have Eric Rudolph.
Sign. Victim. Sign.
This is Eric Rudolph,
Yeah,
Goodmanson
like
Senior.
transportation.
Sign.
Not exactly a check mark, but
Sign.
it's marked. So they said it had to be a check mark.
Victim.
Could be an X.
Right, give yourself a star.
Scribble.
Unger.
Don't need to give us your order.
Sign.
29-2.
Victim.
Harder.
Sign. Oh, there's some. Good, that makes sense. That was a good way to do it.
Maybe he wants this back. I say.
Got a precinct. Couple Cielo.
Orlando Chagin.
Just because I asked them to put them where I can see what they were doing. Give us the big precinct.
She's a victim.
Your fault.
There's signature,
Harley.
there's her name.
Got her.
De Rosa. Sign.
38.2.
Notarized. Notary was done prior to the delivery date. There is an expiration date and there is the name and the name.
This is John.
Victim. Which is signed.
29-2.
And there's a name.
Through Alexander Haywood.
Didn't put 59 units in place.
Dan. Signed.
Alrighty,
Sign.
John Peter Bradley is our voter. It's good. In fact, I'm sure it's perfect.
Disability
Well
awareness.
assisted.
Sign.
That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it?
It could happen,
I
but
just-
we're not done yet.
Hey, we're human. I mean, I know some stuff I've done sitting at this desk.
I think I changed that.
I have a precinct for you, Justin, if you want it.
4485.
Wentz.
I would.
Sign.
Patricia Cooper? Signed.
I know why.
Witness.
No, the teasing would just be awful. I mean, honestly, it's brain, I know.
Signature.
That was Wentz, right?
Correct.
Oh,
Whited.
This is Carol Crawford.
Sign. Sign.
Good.
Victim. Sign.
It's done it.
Alice Nettles.
Sign, sign, sign.
All these must be familiar.
Victim, sign,
Goodness, that's a great
name.
turnaround.
29-2, Sylvia Jones.
Okay.
And Pamela Nolan Shelton.
I have a precinct for you.
I don't know, maybe this is a conflict of interest. Having the map member review the map member's work. Yeah, right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear
It's
that.
not gonna work.
Justin, I have a precinct for you.
And here we have Ronald Arthur Smith Jr.
Justin,
Signed, Whitney, Helper. Got the 4, got the signature, got the
just
box.
write a note to the side of her
Justin.
name out here,
Justin,
no
precinct.
signature on
And if you want to give me some more.
ID exception.
Huh?
Justin,
This is Rebecca Lynn
All right.
Tucker.
no signature.
Hang on, well, considering it,
Set it to the side.
badly I messed it up. Okay, let's see here.
Detailed notes. Okay, 29-2, Barbara Ledford. Ledford, yes.
Okay.
And the last one in the precinct is Lisa Maxine Ward.
Missed that one.
Beautifully.
Secure that one, see if they can get a signature on it. Did he take that one? Yeah, he put it aside.
Who can keep track anymore? I
That's why we put a note to the side of it,
one big blur.
so we'll know where it went. Catherine Russell Lytle, okay, 29-2.
We are in 38.3, sunny Fairview, where the
You
view
want to give us
is
some of your
always fair.
precincts?
Okay.
We have Katie, Beth
I just
Beasley,
reached some off the bottom there.
witnessed.
Oh, you got a little precinct.
Got it there.
I'm still
No, you can give us some number, whatever you want to do.
29-2. They should help us.
No.
Still on the bottom.
Okay, we'll talk about it. Starting at
They
61,
may have more, I don't know, but this is gonna take a while.
61-1.
Alex McIntyre, 29-2. Where is this at?
Tell me when you're ready.
Oh, here.
Connell. Sign.
So, well,
Sign,
let's
sign.
use this one as an example. This is Ms. Beasley, and so ID is not
Numbers.
provided.
Name.
Got him here.
Signature.
And unable to because of.
That is a precinct. Next one is 64-1. Correct. Sign, sign, sign. Name, numbers. Sign.
All right, the first one. And this is Jean or Cosler.
Okay. Robert
Stamp, okay.
65-1. Cody.
Signed again, and woo, boy, oh boy.
Name, name.
ID.
Sign, sign, sign. And she is a victim.
Yep. And here we have Constance Dean Rayburn.
Morrison, 66.1. Sign, sign, sign. And he is a victim. No, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. No, he's not. He's a nothing.
Good.
Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. Here it is. Disability or illness.
Alice Reed.
Okay. Sit right. That's it.
And end of precinct.
Rocket.
Now into 39.
Sign, sign, sign.
Now we have
Disability or
Shannon
illness.
Beth Renee Bud.
Signed. Okay.
Still 29 too.
How you fixed? You got some more you wanna give me?
The cellophane came off, so I see a signature. I'm just happened in the office here.
No, we don't wanna go through it more than once. You keep those and give me those. Okay, thank you very much. 68-1. Cook.
And here we have Abby
Snodgrass.
Walton.
Identified. Names. Date is prior to that. Notary expiration. Seal matches the name.
I'm assuming.
We have a
Justin.
signature.
No name at the top, but a signature at the bottom.
Name.
Love that address.
Y'all were taking that if you can recognize the name.
Yeah, we can.
Smith. I got some precincts if you want them.
See the name.
Smith. Yeah, we just stacking those precincts up. Sign.
40.2. Flat Creek.
Victim. Sign.
We have Maya Nicole
Name.
Hughes. Got a signature.
Next one is another Smith. And that is signed. And it is a victim, and it's signed. And
Still in 40.2. We have Clinton
Name.
Michael McConnell. Signed a witness.
and that is a precinct. Amaranto. Francesco. Signed. Signed.
Emma
Got a name.
signed
That's
it.
not the end of the story. It's a signature.
All kinds of stuff.
Yeah, bet you're right.
I'm still in 68. That was 68-1. I'm still in 68. 69-1. 69-1. Name. Bachman.
41.1. French Broad. Allison
Kinder. Number. Name. Signature.
License.
Another Bachman. So, Bachman, sign.
You guys must have lots of fun with
Name,
provisional
number.
ballots out there.
Signature.
Just wanted to make sure.
Still in 69-1. Marshall.
Yeah, that's
Sign.
The only
call
problem
that
is
one
we gotta
French
make sure
Broad.
it's
It's
those
open
numbers.
spot.
Sign.
Come after Ethel.
Sometimes they, if they're on the same
Victim.
day. we
Okay, we have Christopher
Sign.
Allen Black.
Name.
And we've got a signature. We've got witnesses. We have
Bundy. New precinct.
Numbers.
Sign. 70.1. Name. Number.
43.2. Betty.
Disability.
Rent-a-pool.
Signed.
Natural disaster. Signed natural disaster.
All right.
Still in 40.2. We got Sue Ellen Renee Alstrom.
Here's some precincts.
Okay, 44.1 is Betty Ann Daniels. She signed it. Got a witness.
Is that a license?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's a copy, okay.
Well, but it is, but yeah, there you go. Photo ID exception form, where she gives you a photo ID.
Mary Pruitt,
Oh.
she wasn't sure. She
Yes.
probably used North Carolina.
Exactly. Gotta be super careful. I don't blame the voter. Gotta make sure. vote count. Confuses a lot of people. Lived someplace for 20 years and we come here and find out, oh, wait a minute, there's different ones. Yep. And we have William Michael Diskevich.
Boy, it's gonna be hard to read that one. Hate it when they do that.
And such.
It's there, but they shouldn't do that.
Right.
Mary Ann Mitchell. As the sign, witnessed. As the form.
What?
It's all signed. The copy
See
of the
that?
passport was sent to you.
And then you can see that.
Okay,
You don't
and
have
not
to take
take
it
it
out.
out. Good idea. But did we decide that as long as another one was marked, we'd take it? Did we decide that as long, this one usually needs a number,
Yeah, but that
but
one
they
does
marked,
not.
but this one does not, so,
And then that's the Trump,
but they didn't mark it.
but you can usually see it from the
And
side.
precinct 45.1, Susan Lynn Buck.
I'll take any suggestions I can get.
We got a notary.
Oh, okay.
It's properly
Okay.
sealed and embossed and everything.
Turn it
And
down
we
and
got
see if you sign it. Make
a
sure I check it.
photocopy.
Okay,
Gwyneth Sargent,
yes.
Hey, hey,
matches.
can't put tape on this thing, come on.
Do that, there we go. Got a signature.
Yeah, well, yeah, she did put, that's her tape.
Good.
It is signed. Wow. Didn't trust our cellophane envelope there.
Elizabeth?
Cellophane sleeves.
Looks like Justin has a.
So much for 45.1. Here we have a singleton in 47.1.
Yep.
And it's Susan K. Valenzuela.
Yep.
We got a signature. We got witnesses. We got a form. We got a signature.
Matches?
And here we have Tina Shalane Willis.
Yvonne Stone,
48.1. She signed it.
29-2.
Properly witnessed. Got that. 49.1, Dorothy Lucinda Presley. She signed it. As a witnessed. Got the form. Got the signature.
Yes. Matches.
We'll take it.
We are in 52.1, Robert Ray Buckner.
Sweet.
Yes.
That.
And we did it again.
More tape. We don't trust our envelopes. No way to get it. No
Okay.
way to get it. That's a reasonable.
Count, and that's
That
what the
does count.
53.1, Peter Kingway Payne. We got a signature. We've got two witnesses. We've got that one.
You need a stacker.
And here's the last precinct, it's 54.2, and we've got Joseph Philip Marlowe.
2.
Signed it. Got it witnessed. And it was his.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And last but by no means least, Lisa Michelle Sharp. All right, Lisa Michelle.
Nancy Van Doren. Matches. Okay, another page down. Ah, only half a page.
see my initials? That was because I thought that I didn't, and I didn't, so you still need to sign. Anytime you see my initial on one, it's bogus. Don't be
This is
bogus.
all one precinct, all one precinct.
Oh, that's huge.
Yes.
That's all the way down South National. Well, you might have a lot of maps there.
Probably.
You might have to go,
There have been a bunch.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them down there.
tons,
Talk to Pig.
yeah.
I'll be down there soon myself.
Last one.
If I survive.
Yay, last one.
She's the winner.
Absolutely.
Ah.
Just make sure there's a signature.
Please, yes.
That's sweet. Williams,
Precinct.
why we have that
Thank goodness. Finally.
struggle with that.
Hour and a half later. Really.
Have to sign your life away on that sheet? Yes.
Williamson. Mind your magnetic. Like a pig. Like a pig.
I know, I didn't think we were ever gonna get through that one.
Oh, God, yeah, not to mention that.
No, don't worry. I think we might be going back to work.
It's the PHS.
Where's your name?
I prefer to work it out on this.
Ah, I see. I don't think that will work in this room.
Colleagues, I would like to poll the board. We have reviewed, I think, 468 ballots. We've got 1,043 to go. We have reviewed the easy ballots. No, we've reviewed the hard ones. The only ones left are the easy ones, I'm happy to report. And I just want to get a sense of the board. I believe the remaining workload can be handled, with some reasonable expedience, especially as we use this new approach where we get the assist pulling the ballots. I'm wondering at what time you would like to break. I do not look forward to processing 1,043 more ballots today. In fact, I'm hoping we don't stay too late because I want staff to have a chance to get home, get some much needed rest, and then be back here before the birds in the morning. Anyway, it is 6:45 right now. We just tackled those 268 at 6:05. And we got through them in about 40 minutes using the 5 teams. Right. Mr. Aceto.
Do those have to be, I can't remember, I'm sorry, those go in separate poly bags? What they just did?
Yeah, do we have to sign things yet?
We do that. We do that as at the very end. That's the grand finale. We do poly bags. Yeah. We're not at a poly bag stage yet. You're right. It does. It does. Okay. So if we do this for another hour. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to get a sense of the board to try to give everybody some degree of certainty.
I need to leave.
Yes, and I checked into that, and guess what? We've got a substitute waiting in the wings.
Oh, wonderful.
But thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, so Director Duncan, I'm sure you heard that. believe Mr. Tate is pretty busy, what he's in the middle of. But what we're shooting for here is to get out of here before 8 o'clock. So if we do this for another hour, we can get a whole lot of that. We can put a big dent into the 1043. And because we don't have to do poly bags or print reports or anything like that. Exactly. Good.
There are several ballots that still need to be.
That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, we'll have to review the resolution tomorrow too.
Yep.
Oh, I'll be here.
So can these teams take out ballots? Because all these need taken out, right?
Again, default to you guys' previous experience on it.
Armed and dangerous right here.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
As
like,
long as
Yeah, well,
no reason for all these people to wait.
right. I would rather get through all these ID exception ballots before we start the 1043. So let's just slice away and do what we need to do.
probably put a pretty big dent in it if everyone is cutting and slicing again. No.
We just need to get, we need to get these being operated on.
Operated on, yes.
Operated on. I love
You know, you guys aren't keeping up with the board.
Scalpel.
So we need to start.
Leave one.
Slicers.
So just allow the board to start opening.
All right.
So there's at least.
We had at least one that needs to be passed around. I don't know if there were, okay.
Okay. So, phase 2.
I would give some of those to those teams.
So we're going back to the old fashioned way now?
All right, and we got these.
So we need the list back.
So, back to it we go. Oh, yeah, no, I'll slice it. Believe me, you don't want to be yelled at. I'll be.
Have a good evening.
But what we are gonna do.
So these, I guess we're gonna slice and dice. Okay, and we're starting,
We look for stray marks.
we're
That's
starting
great. Put this one face down. Face
29-2.
down next 2. And move right along.
Yep.
He's doing all the other
The name
checking
Adams.
stuff.
Yeah, he saves me all the time.
I like doing this on Tuesday.
He saves everybody all the time.
Efficient.
That's his
Okay,
job, I'm thinking, this is, he's very good at it.
and I have a signature, and I have a
I had to
signature, I have a
listen to
signature.
my office in the same
Stray
room.
marks. No.
Your name is.
Oh, I see, I'm gonna slice this and check it, that's not, because she's already,
So.
all right, so I don't necessarily need to use mine, let's do it. Okay.
Pull them out. Give them the duplicators.
But what I do
Okay.
get to use is my
Mr. Chairman,
superior
Mr. Chairman,
slicing skills.
Mr. Chairman, we're going back to the regular,
About
we're
harmed
opening
in
them.
the
Okay.
making of this.
Yeah, you've already checked the whole envelope. All you gotta do is open and check that CIV at this point.
And you're
Check for the CIV and those stray marks.
CID is correct.
Right.
Check out the coffee
Okay.
statements too.
And then,
What we got on this one.
I think we're at.
yeah, you don't have to worry about
together.
that.
We're
Don't
going
worry
back
about
to
that.
the old
Okay, so
way.
I'm gonna give you,
In other words,
let's
we're
see,
both
you've got a
matching
hand
the
on
CIV.
that. I'm
Give them
gonna,
the benefit of the doubt. I'm guessing
I
coffee.
will make
rather
files.
than Irish stout or
That's all
something.
we're doing,
No, wait,
making sure there's no
takes an
stray
effort to
marks,
make a file.
and I already signed it.
Yep,
This is gonna be quick.
I'm gonna give you that, and I'm gonna make a copy.
We'll do something together.
And all I'm doing is slicing it over. You know, this is a great test of mental agility.
So somebody, one of us.
Clean.
You need to start telling your people not to
I know, that's what I
date
said.
across the CIV.
Yeah, there's a few of them that are really hard to read.
Makes it real hard to read.
I'll get my scribe going here in a second. No, they did that. Mary Ann did that. So that is going to be that. Now, I'm going to
Yeah. Everyone's got their.
figure out some good. I just sliced about. I'm going to be extremely unpleasant. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Which department do you work in?
HR.
That's just a little
okay.
outside of your.
Yeah, well,
The
Tom,
problem is
I
when
hate,
they
this
do
is what I
those,
hate.
and the
It's really hard
line
to
goes
say.
into another bubble,
Several of them
those
like
will.
that.
Yes, there were.
Yeah,
It's
Tom,
like an overvote.
Tom built out all my, I do FMLA, so he built all that out for his birthday.
When we get through here, I'll show you something interesting.
Slice. Yeah, all right. What are you doing?
Time is usually taken up initially.
What's that?
Time is taken up initially.
Makes sense. It is warm in here.
She worked hard.
You never know. Well, it's freezing your room or hot.
That's true. Especially this room.
These guys use their own tape and it's. No. Oh, glad they made it.
He's touchy.
I understand.
I figure the name's the same difference, personally.
All right.
Mostly they're just, members of the parties. And interesting people. I used to sit over there for 2 years, and then somebody said I get to sit over here. I used to work the polls, and then I decided I wanted to know what happened after the polls. 47. So I came here to see what happens, and somebody finally said, "Oh, why don't you just swap seats and come over here?" Little did I know what I was getting into.
That's right. I've been bought and told many a time.
Yeah.
Too much like work, actually.
How long have you been with the county? How long have you been with the county?
Oh, well, I've just been with the county since I started this, which is a year and a half ago. Oh, Tom's been with county. I mean, he's got his 20-year mug, and that's been a while. So.
Okay, and I'm in charge of that 20-year log.
He's working on his 25-year mug now. So, if they give a 25,
We do. We just do them differently now. They're really nice. They're made by a local artist.
Oh, wow.
They're really nice.
Looking forward to that one. told him I didn't realize just what I was working for until I looked at our bank account and I see Tom's paycheck come in and mine comes in right under it. And it's like, okay. Gee, am I really doing this for that? Not doing it for the money.
That's the benefits, though.
That's because we've got lots of practice. You're not in this one. So this is 75.
It was better than having to wade through the entire precinct.
Wait, there's one more.
I think that one will scan.
All right, Reed.
She's scary.
Reed is the number.
Here's my portion. Only somebody that works with Workday will appreciate this.
Oh, wow.
And,
It's hard earned. Aren't you fancy?
well, I get all the swag.
Uh-huh.
He goes to conferences and I get the
That's right.
swag.
I've been to many a conference with Tom and Sherry back in the day when it was Lawson and all that.
Yeah.
I've been with the county for 21 years, so.
Yeah, I've got Lawson. Well, matter of fact,
Got Lawson bling there, there you go.
there you go.
I like Lawson better.
See? I've never worked with it. I just get to hear stories. So.
Yeah. I don't know, both of them have their good and their bad.
Coming down.
Same precinct, Walter.
How many of those two down there?
Yeah. Two precincts?
You might want that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
How many people have we got that have cross working now from the county?
Wow, so we resumed active work. Started us off with yesterday.
5669.
Tomorrow is county holiday per se, but anything that's related to Wilson went to Trump's. So I'm still doing my job.
There's no marks on
I need it up here, so I can get after here. They kind of spread us out.
Wow.
Well, he'll like that. Okay, there we go.
Nobody will hear my stomach. It was getting
I'm
to
so
that.
glad I had a sandwich before I got here.
It was getting to that point. Okay. One more.
No. Well,
To do one thing, you just eat it when it's at home, but then I get to read the law.
I haven't really been looking to see if they'll scan, but I
Scan it for sure.
don't know if you care about doing it. We'll find out in a minute, won't we?
Have we got everybody on there? Where we need to send this one? That needs to go down there too.
Get one I got signed. Okay.
It's even got a lock on it. No signature.
but it was assisted by somebody, so what y'all have been doing is, if it was the fault of the assistant,
We've been confirming the information, so you can cure it that way.
because they've got the voter, they've got even a driver's license number.
Okay, so you'd be able to cure it.
An ID exception form that wasn't signed, however, it was conducted by an assistant. Assuming that the assistant's fault it wasn't signed.
That's not good.
But it's got the voters.
The ID exception form wasn't signed,
Okay.
but it was filled out by an assistant, so
Right.
assuming it was the fault of the assistant and not the voter itself.
Would you get the assistant to cure, or would you just approve it?
Oh, I'm ignoring that one. I see the voter's mark. That's all it means. Anything
But it's not the
extraneous?
same as the voter here.
Right, and I see that signature, I see the voter's mark, and I see a similarity. I see someone who struggles to write. I mean, not in anything that's legible, but yeah, I mean, I see a voter's mark on both documents.
We've got this unidentified person. You know, I know there's information.
I know that's an unidentified person, but,
Well, the name is also up here.
yeah, but it's,
The assistant should fill out another form,
But we've got this unidentified person that has two witnesses and an assistant,
and that's not on there.
but this name is not anywhere on the application.
okay, that is relevant if you would be relying on that signature for anything. This one board member's perspective is, I'm not relying on that signature for anything. I'm looking for the voter's mark. I saw the voter's mark, and so I'm satisfied. But everyone can come to their own conclusion.
I
on
guess
it.
my question, the doubt I have is that we've got this unidentified person identifying this as the voter's mark, but then the voter
Actually signed.
signed.
Well, so sort of. Yeah, pass it on down. Let everybody take a look.
Is that the one you're talking about? You said something different.
So where does this one go? That goes to Jake.
We have not discussed that. Has everyone seen that?
I've shown it to them.
Nope. There's just nothing there.
Amendment to the Constitution, you have to have four of the voters is to put one out and get and putting an amendment.
On,
State constitution.
on this one, the argument is, did this voter actually sign? But we did just confirm that the last four digits of the social security number is correct and that their name was put here. The contention is, did they actually sign it? I'm wondering if
Whose
that's,
name is
I
that?
think that's the mark. Actually looking closer. I don't think the issue is the name at all. I think that's the mark. In fact, they say so.
Oh, Donna Smart.
Yep.
There you go.
That's fine.
Then you've got an unidentified person saying this is the mark, and the voter made their signature, not a mark, on the
No, that's not how that should go, because it just says an ID exception, name. They picked a reason. They put their last four digits of social security, and they attempted to make their mark, voter signature. That's their signature.
that's
I'm
what
good.
somebody says is their signature.
I mean,
Is that
That's, well, I mean,
One of them is an attempt at a signature, the other one is a mark.
so that's up to you guys.
If the first one had been, if the signature on the absentee ballot container envelope had been a full-on legible signature, it'd be one thing. I cannot decipher that, and to me, they both look like marks. I'll also point out that there does seem to be a lot of assistance given to this voter. And that, to me, that lends
You have two numbers there. Did you look them both
to
up?
the credibility of the ballot.
Yeah, it's the same number written.
I think they just rewrote it to make it more legible.
This says Cedric W. Porter, 4, Don Porter. I'm assuming that's a relative. I don't know either. Just
All right, folks, I'm gonna bring this to a vote if you don't mind, because we got a lot of work to do. Oh, I'm sorry, we've been holding up here. Okay, the board has been asked to opine on the acceptability of this ballot. Everyone's had a chance to review it. I'm going to move that we approve this ballot because it is fully and properly executed. Any more discussion of the motion?
Isn't there a way that we can contact the voter or the assistant, whichever?
The question is how, in addition to that, would that be cured if it does have a name, social security number, and a mark or signature of some sort?
Okay, I will.
Reach out, but it would just be probably a duplicate of what we have.
It's my belief that this voter was assisted by a multi-partisan assistance team, and perhaps you can verify that for me, Mr. Tate? Because those are names that
That is correct.
those are names that I keep seeing on these forms.
That is.
And so the motion that I have made, I now underscore, put in bold, and large type. I move that we approve this ballot because it is properly executed. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion carries 3-2, and this ballot is accepted.
Actually, in addition to that, the new provision does allow MAT team members to not sign.
To-
I can find the nuances, I don't want to drag this out, but there is some leniency from the new proposition from the hurricane that allows MAT team members not.
That's fine. This ballot was just approved 3-2, so that is a done deal. Thank you. There's one more. There's one more ballot that was at issue. It's been circulating around. Did we resolve that one?
Right
Sorry.
here is the one that does not have a signature at all for that, though someone did attempt to assist them.
Right, and if you could please describe the nuance or the leniency, the flexibility that we have with respect to MAT members doing this.
Justin, this,
Let's see.
Are you having a hard time hearing? Is that? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. If a MAP member fails to sign the assistance section of the absentee envelope that is not a ballot application deficiency, as long as the county board can otherwise determine the assistance was provided by the MAT. So we know that MAT's assisted. So that there, by extension, grants that signature. I turned it
All
off
right.
again.
Thank you, Mr. Tate, for your description of the ballot. I move that we approve the ballot that had the assistance of the multi-partisan assistance team, but the MAT neglected to sign the photo ID exception form, or to help the voter sign the photo ID exception form. Any questions or discussion about the motion?
Yes, Mr. Quinn,
Yes,
just
Mr. Aceto.
just clarify for me that is the leniency principle here that the voter need not sign the,
It's
that
the MAT.
the MAT may not sign. So we lack any signature at all on this exception form, is that correct?
That is correct. The only
Okay.
thing that you can find on the exception form is the voter's name, and it is printed. And it's got the driver's license number or North Carolina ID number.
And the
but-
principle then is that if the board determines that there was in fact a MAT team assistance rendered, it does not matter whether the ID form was signed at all. Is
It
that?
doesn't say that on the ID form. It says for the assistance section of the absentee ballot.
Okay,
It doesn't specify anything about the ID form.
so, all right, so, yeah,
You want it?
sorry, I'm about to fall off the
Backside.
turnip truck here.
You hand it down.
You're looking at 2024-07.
You hand this
Okay.
one.
Oh, okay.
And here's this, so everyone has a chance to.
Yeah. The signature's not there.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for the, oh, is that it?
Because they did sign,
That last statement.
Okay, if a MAT member fails to sign the assistance section of the absentee envelope, that is not a ballot application deficiency. But the signature here is not, it is not simply that it is missing from the assistance section. It is missing from the exception form. Okay, so board members, I gathered that this deficiency in, that the leniency applies to lack of a signature on the assistant signature. I see an assistant signature on here.
Right.
On the exception form.
Right.
No, I do not see a signature on the acceptance form. I see a signature on the envelope,
Correct.
but not on the exception form. I
Correct.
do not see any leniency offered in the case where there is no signature on the exception form.
Perhaps I am misinterpreting the instruction that we've received, but the leniency is accorded to the multi-partisan assistance team members in the event that they neglect to do something that they have otherwise been trained to do.
it specifies what it is they are.
But they are not.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has language. It has language. It talks about signatures. I interpret that leniency to extend to what the multi-partisan assistance team members do in documenting this transaction. And if the multi-partisan assistance team had been thorough, if they had followed their training completely, they would have offered the photo ID exception form to the voter and asked for the signature. Were it not for the deficiency of the multi-partisan assistance team in assisting the voter, that would have been properly executed. I can't hold the voter responsible when they asked for a multi-partisan assistance team to assist them, but they did not receive the full assistance.
For me, that's a bridge too far. If there's no signature or a mark or something,
Okay.
then to me, you don't,
That's fine.
it just
But
doesn't get signed, you know, I mean, it
That's
just,
why.
and we don't know why it didn't get signed.
Right.
They
We
may have
don't know.
refused to sign
We
it.
don't know.
and, you know, we're reading, I think, too much into it to say, well,
All right.
the assistants, and the member just forgot to ask them to sign it.
But
That's a bit more a narrative than I want to supply.
Okay.
just as a point, though, it has to be a unanimous rejection for that to be rejected.
I'm just curious, I always get mixed up as to which is a cure and which is a spoil. This would be a spoil. I'm sorry, I always forget which is a cure, which,
In the event of an ID situation, either it be photocopy of ID or ID exception form, it is a cure.
so this is a curable
That
ballot.
ballot would be curable, yes.
Mr. Tate, can you please describe the protocol for multipartisan assistance teams assisting voters in obtaining cures for ballots where they had already received MAT assistance?
It is actually not the members, it is our team and staff that reach out to those facilities to get an ID exception cure for that particular voter. So
Could
it
you
would
please
be-
describe what that reach out process?
We would
like?
contact the facility, notify them that the voter's ID exception form had not been filled out properly. We would then, we would have to either mail the exception form to them, or in the event that a MATS team was rescheduled for that facility, would be sent out with a notation to get that ID exception form.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the
I'm not
information.
familiar with the facility, and since our time's getting lean, that last option is probably less likely.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for the information. And Board, thank you for your review and discussion. I believe I made a motion to approve that ballot, and I will restate it. I move that we approve the ballot that we were just reviewing of a voter who used the multipartisan assistance team to complete their ballot, but there ended up being no signature on the photo ID exception form. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion is defeated, 1-4. The ballot is approved.
Would you like their
Yeah, that's my sheet.
Yes, it is. It needs to be unanimous rejection.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tate, is that it for our photo ID exception forms? All right. Okay, now the hard part's over, right? Now we just have easy ones.
I just have a quick question about protocol. If you want the staff out of here by 8 o'clock, do we have to give them some lag time or some time after we stop looking at ballots to finish the night's work, or?
The scanning, yes.
But the next group that we're going to go out
Also-
to do, how much time will they need?
If I may make a suggestion, we pause at this juncture because we still have duplication to take care of. There are ballots from this round that would require duplication.
We haven't made a motion for the ID exception forms.
Do we have 268 ballots available?
Yes. Yeah, everything was approved.
All right, colleagues, thank you for your review of the 268 ballots that had photo ID exception forms that required review. I would entertain a motion to approve the 268 ballots that we approved, that we reviewed.
Mr. Cito asked me to do that, and I'll be glad to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. The motion before the board is to approve the 268 absentee ballots with photo ID exception forms that we just reviewed. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. And I'm very happy to hear cheering and joyousness in the tabulation room. Something good must have happened. You sounded so happy. Oh. Yeah? Okay, Director Duncan, you have recommended next steps.
I would like to talk about this.
Okay, we are back to a discussion of the notion of carrying absentee ballots to victims of Hurricane Helene who are currently residing at 3 shelters in Buncombe County.
I'm going to talk to Paul Cox tomorrow, so I just want to be really clear on what we're thinking. So I'm going to attempt to describe what the board wants, and then you correct me. So, you have reviewed numbered memo 2024-7, and the session law 2024-51. And numbered memo says we can't do this. Session law says that we can work with MAT teams as provided by Article 20, Chapter 163.
Do you have your mic on?
Yes. Maybe they're not working.
No. Well, this is on. I don't think yours is working. Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Not through the mic.
Not much. I can hear the click, but I don't hear you coming through.
Project. Okay, so so you all are saying that session law, you think that session law 2024-51 gives you the authorization to bring ballots to shelters.
I would like to restate that. The session law directs us to establish guidelines for the MAT teams that are serving those at the shelters. And there are members of the board who believe those guidelines should include instructions on how to deliver absentee ballots to the voter at the shelter for them to complete.
Okay, even though it says as provided in Article 20 of Chapter 163, which talks about how absentee voting works.
Right. It is at least this board member's belief that this is an oversight.
Devin checked them out, so they're all over.
It is my belief that this is simply an oversight, and that when our friends at the state board, or perhaps in the General Assembly, take a look at the question, they'll say, well, heck, gee, of course we wanted the people at those shelters to vote. How else would they get the ballots? You can't mail them the ballots because they're not receiving mail.
Okay, so it's less of an argument that it's authorized. It's that it's unclear. You think that there was this intention. Can we make it happen?
Correct. Is it permissible to draft guidelines for MAT teams in Buncombe County to assist people at shelters that include the delivery of absentee ballots for which a proper application has been filed?
To adopt guidelines.
Does that sound
Because,
like
well,
I'm describing it correctly?
based on page 9, subsection 7 of the session law, the last line says, shall establish guidelines for the operation of multi-partisan teams to assist any eligible voting in requesting and casting an absentee ballot.
Right, magic word being casting.
Casting.
Magic word being
But the
casting.
sentence right before that is in accordance with Article 20, Chapter 163.
Understood, but there is a belief among at least one person on this board that casting a ballot requires having a ballot to complete. And the only way that that ballot can be cast is to be completed, and that means you got to receive it somehow. If you can't get it from the mail, and we're not doing airdrops, I mean, there's got to be a way for the voter to get that ballot. And we're just hoping, expecting, that the folks up the chain recognize what we are saying and agree to it.
Is there anything else that you want to make sure that I convey?
Well, I mean,
Go ahead.
I'm against this, but, and plan to vote against it if it comes up for a vote. But I would like, I would like Paul Cox to take a look at the regulations too, which I haven't had a time to do it. In addition to the statute, because the regulations have the force of law, and it may have something to say about that.
In my brief discussion with him, he pointed out, I think it's GS 163-33, which says that county boards should act in accordance with state. But I think that there's also clarity there, wanted there too.
All we're asking is for the state to take a second look at this in light of the reality on the ground here. That's,
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
and-
want to
and-
make sure
The-
that
the-
I describe thoroughly, because it's.
The election modification section of this legislation says, in response to the disaster created or caused by Hurricane Helene and its aftermath, the following shall apply to the November 2024 election only in the counties listed. So this is only for our counties
Right,
and
right,
only
right, right,
because of Helene.
right.
That's why I think this applies.
Yeah.
It's not we want to do this forever, it's just for this election.
Yes, I
It only makes
definitely
sense.
Yeah,
understand that.
extraordinary circumstances.
Yes.
And if it were possible for these individuals to receive
Yeah.
mail through USPS, it'd be different. But that is a very real obstacle.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll bring back more information.
Thank you.
And
thank
I
you.
will of course talk with Kurt also.
Good.
We could talk more because duplication is still going.
Yeah, we didn't used to need as much legal assistance back in the day.
Lance told me also because they had 6 months, the open door was 10. And they required that when you went to this thing, they had to pay for the big and this was an extra officer. And so they were well known for their baseball.
Actually, Corinne, I'd like to add one little thing to, and that is to take the ballots to shelters to displaced people, because these people are displaced, displaced voters.
I don't think Marion is reading it from any of the documentation from the state. It's just to sort of emphasize with the folks.
Yeah.
These aren't folks just hanging around. These people have lost everything.
So I finally got another breaking news to Parker, was Miss Lance. She says, oh, yeah, they're just dogs, they're just doing what dogs do. She wouldn't have said that. She gives in, that's the replies. Those blubbering, oh, Sandra, it's okay, they're just dogs. They're so sweet, I love them. They're dogs. I love that family. I went to her funerals.
Maybe you have the cat with a baseball.
Yeah, right. Hope I see those boys did for years.
Bet they did, probably why they practiced.
Yeah, sure.
My grandfather, story. He and his brother forward to the dog's tail chasing through the whole fence. Yeah, and my grandfather, take the cat and like take his paws, because you know they think just couldn't tell her what. I was like,
Whole different time.
well, I mean, it's, you know, in my own time, watching him, he's experimenting with the cat. And of course, you know, the usual drop it upside down 5 times, drop it right side up.
Right. It's a typical.
Garden variety cat torment.
But that other thing you were describing.
With the tape? Gosh.
Here, but it was, we have asked about it.
Grandfather was
Karina, what did we start out with on the 268? Did we start out with 268?
But in the meantime, you know, he did a lot of adult things. He and his brothers operated a gas station together.
Justin, what did we start? We ended up with 268. What did we start with?
Yeah, they were learning a lot.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I'm looking for it on here, and what is it?
But he was the first one to go through all that. So when he started college, it was much older.
Okay.
Sorry. It doesn't, I'm sorry, it doesn't look as good. This is it's a formula. So if
Yes.
I try to split it up here.
I got you. I got you.
State had
I'm trying to get a better picture.
back then with hazing. This is mid-20s. And so he was, they said that when he got there the first day, I don't remember. And son of the fella came in, he was just terrified. He said, "Oh, guys, come and cut our hair. Come and cut our hair." Cut our hair. And he was pushing.
Those were board members. And then the 268 part of the exception in those.
Here come these guys, we're gonna cut your hair. Grandfather, knocked him hard, pulled out a 45.
Said, no, you're not.
Stuck it in the guy's nose and said, "You're not gonna cut anybody's hair." Oh, up and went. Settled it.
Yep.
Yeah, I know how these formulas
He got a work study.
work. Mess around with it.
You're familiar with state?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You remember Western Avenue? And then there's the old power plant. The railroad tracks go under Western Avenue and the power plant's on the, so that was his work study job. He was there to okay, the power plant, you know, keep it going. So he said he got there and he looked around, he saw there's this grease gun. And he actually had a little room. I found this. He had a little room he was staying in.
Right.
It was the, you know, the lockers,
Like,
whatever,
right.
mechanics room, whatever. So here's this, on the walls hanging this big grease gun. And then next to that's a shade lounge. And down below that is the railroad track. So he's thinking, he's got
Too much time.
So it's a switch yard, so the switches just went up and down, and it's got a little angle on it, and it's got a little grade on it, so they can let the cars roll back into place and do the switching. So we push it up the hill, go on the next track and roll it down. So he noted that the switch engine had not arrived, and it was not in sight, so he took his grease gun and walked up and down the track.
Literally got one from the state.
Then he got in and hung up his grease gun and took out the cage lounge and sat on the back and waited for the train. So he's out there reclining. Here comes the train steaming, of course.
But it's paid for by neighbors.
He said to the engineer, looked at him, had a
Break.
cable they could pull and
Right.
drop hot steam down on the track. Because I was in,
Yeah.
like in ice or snow.
Sure,
Somebody dropped it, caught it, turned it, tipped its out, grandfather.
That's great.
Going, grandfather, you know, everybody who got that job probably sent the engineer up there, just, let's go ahead and get it over with.
Right.
You know, you've got a guy's got to
We
get
know
it
we're
out of
gonna
his
do it.
system, you know. Very good.
Wow. It's a fun story.
And like, well, so he had ingratiated himself to the president and the administrators because he understood Hummel.
Right.
These people are all getting there first.
Right.
You know,
They don't
it'd be
know
like
what to do with it.
computers and all
Yeah.
that thing.
Yeah.
So he would go like run a gas station and all this stuff. So he did all that. And somewhere in there, a barnstormer airplane came to where his community Henderson.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
he wanted to learn fly. So we found this fellow was coming on Saturday. He's coming through, so grandfather said, you need him. He needed a place to land and someone to look at the engine. And so he said, well, I'll take care of all that. You give me some lessons. Also wants to live. So he went on a Saturday and acted as the man's assistant and then got his first flying. But the catch was that they had Saturday classes.
Before went to his classes.
Or went to his Saturday classes.
Yep.
So that he could get his flying.
Sure.
So the dean called him in and said, well, you can't do that. Well, we have to assign punishment to you. You have to walk a bull tour. Well, the bull tour was, the thing about state, there's that clock tower thing, and then there's a square, it's actually a parade ground. Because everybody was in ROTC.
Right.
All had marks.
Right.
So the idea was you had to walk square off and walk the parade ground. You did the perimeter of the parade ground so many times.
That was a bull tour.
That was called a bull tour. And the norm is right at one in the parade ground and bull clocks. To remind them when their classes were over. So he told the dean, son, I'm not going to do bull tour. I mean, he's in his
Right.
late 20s. He's like, it's like that. And they said, well, no, you have to do it. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go see the president. Well, go see the president. He knew the president because he bought his car from him. So he said he went into the president's office, and there was a secretary. George, how are you? I just need to see the president. Go look and see if he's in there. So, grandfather, go in here. President. I didn't see him, so so he goes back to Steve. I've been to see the president about this. Okay, well, we'll excuse it this time.
Smart guy.
Well, yes, he did. And it was like, it was kind of.
Yep. What are you gonna do? You gotta figure it out.
Yeah, that's right.
How old were you when you heard that story?
Probably in my late 20s, early 30s. He did not think anything at all. He thought that was not an honorable profession.
Really? Not happy.
He was not even
What would have been an honorable
an engineer.
engineer? Exactly. Just like your
Yeah,
grandpa.
I like it.
That's the way my dad was with my brother. He kept saying, my dad was a and he could never understand my brother who wanted to get him computers. And where he kept saying, I don't even know what my son does. I don't know what those things are he's doing. Because he was by God sure that that was not an honorable. And my brother made a gazillion dollars, but my dad died a pauper. But nonetheless, it's funny how they get those things in their heads.
Yeah, I mean, it was the times.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he likes to tell a story about Tad Urey, whenever he was the Secretary of State,
Yeah.
years and years.
Yeah.
Years and years ago. And he graduated from state. Class. And he said that when Tad Urey showed up, they referred to him as Freshman Urey. And it stuck. It was in the yearbook.
That's great.
Not even my idea. I know when I do when I hear it, darn it, and I heard it.
Heck, yeah.
Add 'em to the pile.
Add them to the bottom. I bet we just scrape them off into there. Got a big old hand, you can take those.
They gotta get that application for the ballot, they gotta bring that application back here. He's crossing that out. And they changed his mind. He changed his mind. They go back to the same person. I have a question here. Well, before you met that person, you should have the application that has to be done. And besides, when they know about
I interpret that as meaning
our very well
anything
met members,
he may have voted or changed his mind.
because he did here, under certain guidelines, and then he started doing pretty good.
So you're worried that the actual, that the absentee ballot won't get back to the right person?
How would we,
How would we know that?
how would we know?
Well, you know, there's a,
Right now, that's why.
The way the
there's-
system is the way it is,
Yeah.
right?
Or, we can issue a
Right.
counter because it's at the same time.
We
But-
don't know when
Right.
it goes to the post office that the person that gets it is that person.
I mean, aren't you,
There's at least a mail verification.
but aren't you sort of giving a leg up to the people who are still in the shelter as opposed to those who have left, but may have submitted an authorization to vote form?
Well, those folks that have left probably might not end up having the same benefit. That's true.
And what do you do if somebody up in Mitchell County says, I interpret guidelines differently than the people down in Buncombe County, we want to do it this way?
that's why we're checking with the state.
I mean,
That's why we're checking with the state.
that's- You know the state's gonna raise that issue, I would think.
Well,
Yeah,
what
but
what
they
we're
also-
hoping,
They've also said counties.
The 11
Right.
counties.
And-
right.
Selection
but we're,
can
we're also
issue the-
hoping that the state would look at the situation here and the suggestion / recommendation that we're floating up in their direction and go, oh yeah, we gotta tell the other counties about this. That's the only reasonable way to proceed. But we'll see.
I think a little light bulb went on though. I think what you're saying is we can do it different. You feel like it's not saying all counties have to do it the same.
I don't think all counties right now, because this law only applies
To 11 counties.
to
Sorry,
these
like
counties.
within.
Yeah.
Right.
Within those 13.
So,
You know,
like,
and there are differences between all our counties.
sure, we're 9 to 5 and other places are not 9 to 5. It's, we're allowed to have those differences. County by county. But something like this, I would hope that all the counties would treat the same. But that's gonna be up to the state.
We have a ballot up for question for
Oh.
revocation.
Okay.
Since they're coming that way. The intent, voter intent on that race. Usually the response you'll want.
Looks marked out to me.
I agree.
So no. Okay.
I just.
Let's see what everybody else says. Looks like they marked it out to me. My best interpretation there.
Come to the office, Corinne, and request an absentee ballot. You give it to them. They complete it right, no, then they take it away.
They have the choice. They can complete it right then if they want, or they can take it away and mail
the only way we could, I was wondering if you had staff out there. I don't wanna have to spread your staff thinner than they already are, but instead of it being a mat team, does it make any difference if you actually had the staff there to put in the request, give the ballot to them then? Not gonna matter, is it? It's the
Yeah,
same
because we
difference.
have a full ballot process with all the
Electronic.
scan things in and data
Yeah,
enter.
Now, we've got to remember that every one of these people has to be registered to vote in Buncombe County.
Yeah,
Happen to agree.
Yeah.
This isn't some slapdash.
yes, it has to be registered to begin with,
Looks like she meant
to request an absentee
case.
ballot.
so she's kinda double circling.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Quinn? Sally and I agree that that is an attempt to mark out a vote for Chase or mark
Yeah.
to Matt. So
I agree.
it's an undervote.
It's an undervote, yep, agreed.
That's an undervote.
Okay.
Well, I see what you're saying. In addition to this, I actually called the party and said, well, will you post a number and will you drive people to early voting?
And I think that's great.
I've already asked them to do that, you know, and they said, yeah, we've got people that can drive. So they said they'd put up a flyer, if you wanna go vote, call this number, somebody will come take you to early voting. So some people may be willing to do that. But it's just, there's so many people.
And we brought up the idea, Justin, that's of the shelters shuttling to the early voting sites.
Yeah, but do they have vehicles? I don't know anything about that.
I feel like they're doing a shuttle for something else already.
They could use mountain mobility. Maybe, you know, that's usually for, you know, to get people where they need to go, basically. Maybe they could do that. I'm all for that.
It would be cleaner.
Are they on bus routes?
And then you don't have to worry about whether that person is the same person.
Yeah, true. I'm willing to look at options.
Yeah, but that suggestions would want to be creative.
I drove down Charlotte Street today and saw a car that you could tell had been hit by a tree that must have been this big. It was just completely smashed.
Just continues. I mean, we went to a friend's house on Sunday and they live out in Bull Creek. And she thought maybe they lost 70% of their land because they're right in the middle. I think it's, yeah. And it was like this thing sliced off, just whacked away, so these sticks are hanging out there. The only, which is original. And they hit the trees hit 3 cars. They knocked out their bedroom, their bathroom, their closet. And it's just,
Yeah.
when you see it,
Was the house totally demolished?
it was the house demolished.
Yeah.
No, just part of it. The bath, the bedroom, master bedroom, and it was still pouring down rain. It was
Yeah.
down in the middle of the rain. So then the whole water came into the house. All the floors have to be
Yeah.
and the bathroom hooked to the bedroom, it's knocked out, and the main closet, it's knocked out. Now, the living room on the other side is okay.
But it won't be unless they can get the insurance to get out there.
Right, well, and a roof, of course, too. But
Yeah.
And the first hand estimate was like 71,000, it can be even half of that.
Yeah.
You said twice that at least. I mean, so yeah, and in the cars, I mean, it's, when you see it first
Yeah.
it's something.
Bad.
Goodness. Or,
And of course, it was so, you know, it was such a fuzzy storm. You certainly where the floods are, it makes sense where the rivers, but the rest of it, like, the neighborhood she was in wasn't hit that terribly hard. There were some trees down, but we got right into her driveway. It was like this, I guess it was, what do you call those?
Microburst.
Microburst happened. And
Little
it's all the way up
tornadoes.
to the parkway behind her, and it's just like a swath. It wasn't rain, I mean, it wasn't like a flood, it was just this,
Well, that's good, that's probably covered.
well,
If it was a flood, then they would say, sorry,
right, yeah, that part probably will be
but
helpful,
if
but
it's
it's still
wind.
not nearly what it should be.
You know, I'm curious how FEMA works. People tell me that FEMA comes in and if an insurance doesn't cover a loss, you know, a loss that's,
They will probably get some FEMA dollars. as
FEMA-
well, yes.
Eventually.
it's a loan. Oh, I thought it was a grant. It's a loan.
They've been talking about grants, but what's already established are loans.
Amounts of money, yeah.
Yeah, that's $700 or
Right, that's a
$1,200,
grant.
that's a grant.
Yeah.
The big money that you would have to repair something or replace something.
The $750, I think, is just for lost food and
Right, place to
just
stay.
incidentals, yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know, are those grants, are those loans, interest-free?
I do not know.
No, I don't think so. SBA loans are not.
1%.
I think so.
Yeah, SBA loans I know are not interest-free. They're low interest, but they're not interest-free.
It's an SBA loan, right?
Well, for business, it would be
Right, but if it's a house,
If it's a residential, it's
just FEMA,
just a
yeah.
FEMA loan.
And then just to think about the trickle on down to the contractors, the insurance and contractors, and how long will it take?
A lot of contractors aren't doing work unless you've got money. Just for that reason, because they don't know when they're gonna get paid from insurance or FEMA.
And then the subcontractors, and I mean, it'll be months and months and months before they ever see.
Is that right? Contractors are not, even if people are insured, they're not doing the work unless they
But
get
they
paid?
don't have to, and they know,
Well,
they know,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
they know. There's enough people out there that have money to go ahead and pay for it, that they're not gonna do work unless you have money, because they've got workers to pay. They've gotta pay their people, and
Gosh,
they can't until they have money.
Boy, I hope that's,
It's time. Oh, jeez. See, my son-in-law and daughter are right in the middle of all that. They live out in Fairview.
yeah.
And although the house didn't get any, tree damage or anything, there's a bluff, they've got an acre and a half of wooded property up behind them. And the water came right down and went into their well house. And it got into their well, destroyed their hot water heater. It took out the electrical in that, and they haven't even got their HVAC checked yet. And just having people come out to do each individual thing. And now they're starting to get mold, and the insurance is saying, the adjuster has to come out, don't do any more work, and they're going, but the mold is growing, what do we do? So finally, they're gonna get an insurance adjuster out on Thursday. They finally got the FEMA adjuster out, I think it was Monday,
Who's, if you don't mind me asking, who's the insurance company?
State Farm.
They're pretty good.
Oh, the problem is, there's just
Just
so
so
many
many.
claims. They
Yeah.
don't have enough people to cover it. What they really should be doing is telling their insureds, save your receipts for the work done, but they're not gonna do that. So they're trying to hold the mold back until they can get the insurance adjuster out there to say it's covered. So we shall see.
Yeah, it's a,
Oh, yeah,
But this is just it's nothing unusual, it's just what a lot of people are going through right now. I mean, like I say, their house is standing. At least they didn't have a tree come down in the middle of it. But they can't live in it right now because they haven't gotten the well, they've gotta get it tested again.
well, we had a tree come down on our house, and it's happened there's still a lot of damage on it.
Oh, yeah.
And, they brought in these, we got one of these restoration companies, and they brought in these kind of industrial-sized dehumidifiers and put them around the house. And it's like this 24/7 roar.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I told them they needed to get that because it's
Yeah.
caused by the storm. And,
Yeah.
okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, duplicators, thank you. You are excused. There is no more duplication happening today. But we are about to go into recess as soon as our fifth board member returns. Just so y'all know, we will be reconvening right here tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. It's not going to be as interesting because we're just doing those 1,083 civilian absentee by mail ballots. It's very, very, and we're going to discuss that that little bit of controversy with respect to absentee ballots at shelters. But that'll be it for tomorrow. And then we will, if you aren't here tomorrow, I will just remind you that our next meeting begins next Tuesday, the 29th at 3:30 p.m. But we will continue tonight's meeting tomorrow. So without objection, we will recess tonight's meeting at 8 p.m. and we will reconvene tomorrow, Wednesday, October 23rd at 3:30 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
And what are the odds that we get the favorable decision from the state board tomorrow? I don't know. On guidelines. We're not there yet. We're not, that's mañana. We're going to be talking about that, but we're going to have to come up with some guidelines. Right.
Why not following the state memo?
Right, and we can use that as a rough outline and tweak it where necessary. That's okay.
Yes, we are conducting business.
That's right.
outside of